From corny to horny. That's how we're going to do this.
Incredibly corny.
I expect Evan Mobley to be the sea bass of the Cavaliers.
Kick his ass, sea bass.
What did the five fingers say to the face, Draymond? Smack! Just everybody. Everybody gets a smack. It's like Oprah with cars. He just whack.
Yeah. So he's going to go around being like, hey, Draymond, Bofa. And that's his level of play.
Bofa what?
Yeah, you know.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and it is an F-Off Friday. It is a football Friday. It is an F This Weather Friday. It is an F Draymond Green Friday. Everybody gets an F-Off! That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We got Jake Murren, man, on the YouTube page. You can watch the show on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page as well. We will be performing for the camera. We can be faker than Ken Carman on camera. We just did a little act there. Now, just kidding. Love you, Ken. But Jake's got the YouTube producing. Michael Markoch, a little ginger on ginger crime there in the 2020s, calling the Red River Rifle a journeyman. 10-year career when you were a child, Michael. Pretty good quarterback for a minute, but not that good. JP, how you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
I don't know if it was apparent. I'm a little cagey today.
Yeah. I do like how you consistently take shots at Ken, but then it's like, I'm just kidding. It's cool. And it's like, all right, I guess that just makes it all right then.
In fairness, the only thing, I was a little grumpy because I was trying to swap our chairs out. Not a big deal. That's not why I'm grumpy. But that show cannot take care of its coffee carafes. And so Ken put his right over here today, and it was just a giant bleep show, and I was afraid it was going to spill everywhere. So Ken had it coming.
Okay. And so what happened the other days?
Oh, no, those were just fun.
Okay,
yeah, that was just good fun.
All right, good. I hope we have a lot of fun today. You have energy coming out of you-know-what, and so I'm excited for this.
So it's funny. I feel like I have energy about this game on Friday, but I'm glad you mentioned the word energy because try talking about this game to anyone, and it's just like, did the Browns win 31-6 on Sunday, or was I wrong about that?
I don't know why it almost feels like we're entering the bye week.
Yeah.
Like me and you, we tried breaking down the game yesterday. We've done a lot with talking about this game, but I feel like with everyone else, it's like they are playing Sunday. This is happening, guys.
Well, not just that. Like, it's a winnable game. And I know, like, that's such a low bar.
The Vegas line scared people, I do think. I think I see it as a winnable
everybody
game.
in Cleveland was looking at the Vegas line?
That's all that keeps getting thrown into everyone's face when they try to talk about it online. I've seen 7 points and someone bringing up the Vegas line more for this week than any other game this year. It's astounding to me. So yeah, I do think they're paying attention to the line. And I think in many ways, people don't know how to judge this Patriots team, but I would say I think Vegas doesn't know how to judge this Patriots team.
This game is a choose-your-own-adventure game for the Cleveland Browns. If you'd like to be a serious team and you want to be competitive this year, this game is there for you. All right? It's not going to be easy. It's on the road. It's Foxborough. Vrabel's a hell of a coach. They've got a great run defense. There are valid reasons. By the way, their offensive line is physical and nasty. There's valid reasons why this is a tough game, whether you think it's going to be within the Vegas line or not. Mm-hmm. And there are legitimate reasons why if you don't maybe have your head on straight, or if you try and get too cute, you could get run out of the building. And I'll say it here. If you get run out, it's on you. This should not be. The Patriots are fine. They're a good team. They've also beaten the Raiders, the Dolphins, the Jets. They've got 2 games against good competition this year. One was against Pittsburgh, and for the life of me, I can't think of the second game. And the Bills.
And the Sunday Night Football game.
And they split those 2 games.
Where the one kid caught the Josh Allen pass and then ran out of the stadium.
Yes. So, like, this is a game that you can have, or at the very least, you can be highly competitive in. And if you choose your own adventure, if you choose to go down the darker path, well, then that's on you. When I say that's on you, I'm talking about that's on the coaching staff.
So why do we not have energy for this game? What happened? There is something that did happen this week, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Is it just a lack of belief in Dylan Gabriel? Is it a lack of belief in Kevin Stefanski? Why are we at a spot where it feels like we have the energy of a dead guy for this one?
I think most of us understand that there were flukish elements to the Miami game. right? You're going from the team that was the most downtrodden, beat up.
But it was so dominant, though. I mean, you had matched as many turnovers as you had in that game as you had all season long 100%. On the defensive side of the ball. You crossed the 30-point threshold. Like, there were so many things that was just dominant. There was like 7 players in that game where I can be like, that's the best game they played all season long.
I think that's why this game is so important to Browns fans, because I think there are a lot of people out there, like my mechanic Rob, who told me before the season I see 8 or 9 wins.
Is your mechanic also Coach Riz?
It is not.
Okay.
Although that would be a twofer. I
like a mechanic that also is my coach.
Like Dustin used to have a guy for everything. I'd rather have a guy for like 2 things, because then you cut down on the number of guys you need, right?
Well, a number of people you have to trust.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm about trust. Now,
I'd rather trust my mechanic than just about anybody in the world.
That is fair. No. When you find a good mechanic, you should hold on to them for dear life.
My mechanic texts me too much.
That's what. No. My mechanic doesn't text me nearly enough.
To the point where my mechanic, I'm almost like, do you think something should be wrong with my car? Is that why you're texting me this often? Are you surprised that nothing's wrong with my car? I haven't seen you in 6 months.
Maybe he's got the all-seeing eye. Maybe he can see beyond.
That's a mechanic.
Yeah, that's a real mechanic.
That's a mechanic.
Not
right
my
there.
guy Rob. He can. He's also on the TikTok, so he can TikTok message me. That dude can. You fix my car right and you don't rip me off. You can text me as much as you want, because we'll be best friends now. But, like, I think there are people like my buddy Rob, like my big brother David, like so many people out there that look at Miami game and said, that was so much fun. How much can we take from it? Okay, this is the game. Like, for all the things that we said, the choose your own adventure of it, that's what this game represents. Because even though I think the Patriots are a little, I don't want to say fraudulent, because that's heavy-handed, because I think they're going to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're as infallible as 5-2 suggests. So this is one of those wins. If you get this win, you can start beating your chest and saying we're 3-5, and we're on our way till 5-5. And once we get to 5-5, look out, because we're going to go 12-5.
They're not a Super Bowl team. That's what you need to know about the Patriots. I think Patriots fans are thinking that maybe they've crossed that line into being a Super Bowl contender. They're not a Super Bowl contender. Drake May has put up incredible numbers. It's just insane numbers. In fact, last week he broke a Patriots record for completion percentage in a game. Tom Brady played there for 18 years, and in a year and a half, he's already breaking some of Tom Brady's records. Like, there's things he's doing that is incredible, but it's not as if he can't be beat. He is not raising himself. He's not rose to a level of top 4 quarterback in the sport just because of a couple good weeks.
And I think if we switch from their quarterback to ours, I think in the same way that for the Browns, this game represents an opportunity to prove to people you're for real, that the Miami thing wasn't about circumstance, that you're ready, that you've just been waiting for the time and you've been building to this point. I think the same thing can be said about Dillon Gabriel. Let's set aside the conversation of do you or I think Dillon is a starting quarterback. We're still not there yet. Like, we're at the point of, can you get me to 25 points a game? Can you get me to 21 points a game? And I think if Dillon has, whether they actually run the ball this weekend, which run the ball, Kevin. You don't have to run it 50 times. Run it responsibly, all right? But like, whether you run the ball more, whether you pass the ball more, if Dillon comes through this game and we have a clean game, and that's not just about turnovers, clean game to me says, hey, those 2 touchdowns I left on the board last week, they're now touchdowns. If you do that, I think that's the kind of thing. I don't know it wholly changes the perception of Dillon, but I think it can get people more excited about watching Dillon. And I think that's part of the lack of buzz. It's 3 games and it's underwhelming.
It's hard to get excited talking about Dillon Gabriel. That is just the truth. Give us something to get excited to talk about you with. And this is the game, Nick. I mean, if it ever set up a game for Dillon Gabriel to look good against a very mediocre pass defense, this would be the one. If he can't look good against this Patriots pass defense, I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but it's never going to hit a spot that anyone feels good about, at least for this season.
Well, and that goes back to it. This is about functionality, right? With the offense under Joe, you really weren't functioning. And then we got the Minnesota game, and it felt like, all right, you didn't win. It kind of turned at the end there, but there were some winnable moments in that game. You looked more functional. And then Pittsburgh happened. And then the Miami game, you scored a lot of points. It had very little to do with the quarterback, in my opinion. So that's what this game represents, that idea of, can you just get me to functional? Because I don't think people in Cleveland are holding that high of a bar. We're not holding them up to the Baker bar. We're certainly not holding them up to the Pat Mahomes bar or the Josh Allen bar. We're saying, can you just give the defense a chance to win? Because if you do that more often than not, you're going to make people like me, 3-win Wilson, look like an a-hole.
And I'd like to do that, Nick.
I know you would.
I'd like to make you look like that a-hole.
I know you've been wanting that for a while.
I would really like that right now.
Although I think you were 5-win Peterlin, so I don't know you can say much more.
We were 6-win Peterlin, which means we are definitely set up for... Well, no, John Fanta didn't give me the fun nickname.
Nope.
Nothing sticks. Unless Fanta gives you the nickname, nothing sticks.
What about Johnny 6 wins? That way we kind of flip the script there.
Johnny 6 wins seems like I need to be hanging out with Chauncey Billups.
Oh, I was thinking of maybe Big Sal in Akron. Get a little pizza down there.
Chauncey Billups. Yeah, they're all... Any of these names are all...
Can't you see the Browns are a 6-win team?
Why are you Mike Tyson now?
I don't know. Because I don't have a good Marlon Brando. Maybe rest in peace.
You got a stellar Mike Tyson.
That's true.
As evidenced by you trying to do the Marlon Brando.
I am malicious. That was not great.
That was not great.
Not great.
I'm excited for Dylan.
Now.
I'm excited for Dylan this week. I am. I don't know. It's odd. I have so much excitement for this game, and I feel like you're right in that nobody else seems to, and I can't really figure out why. And I think Dylan Gabriel might be the culprit. I think he might be the reason, but I'm just dying to find out what Stefanski does this weekend, and if there is such a thing as even unleashing Dylan Gabriel, I'd like to find out.
Couple things here from the chat on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Maxwell Phillip, it might be Philip Maxwell, saying happy F off Friday, y'all. And then at Find You Cooper saying weekend in 3 hours, how we feel in chat. About this game, I definitely think I'm one of the more rosier people here saying, all right, like I'm not to go full Wedding Crashers, but make me a bicycle clown. Like you got rid of the negative inertia of so many losses in a row, right? You had the blow the top off the place game.
Are we getting a guarantee at 214?
You sure aren't. That sounded like it rhymed, but it didn't rhyme. No, I'm not going to give a guarantee. No, because I don't mean this.
I like the quick. You sure aren't.
Yeah. No.
Like I thought of this for a while.
Listen, I guaranteed a touchdown pass against Miami. Or sorry, I guaranteed at least one offensive touchdown against Miami. Guarantee made. I guarantee to win against Green Bay. Guaranteed made. Some guaranteed Garys out there, just throw them around.
That's
right?
That's what it feels like.
The world's ending on on October 25th, and then the 26th comes. And you're like,
we're not even going to watch the game. Then
I meant next year. I don't move goalposts. I guarantee when I feel it in my loins, and I don't feel it in my loins in this one because the Browns have to prove it. Yeah, left you with a feel in the loins, didn't I?
But you do feel at least a close game in your loins.
Yes, my loins are telling me.
Not enough for a guarantee, but a close game.
No. There's definitely an itch. There's definitely. If
it's not nipple bets, I told you, I've lost interest in the guarantees unless you're really putting the nipples on the line.
I think you got to start putting your nipples on the line first, and then maybe we'll see about me.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits at 2:40. Joe Haden, remember him? He's coming up at 3, former Browns cornerback. We'll get his take on the perception of Dylan Gabriel in his eyes. Can Dylan change that perception? On Sunday, we got Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for ESPN. He had a great 10-minute interview that was online with Donovan Mitchell earlier this week. He thinks the Cavs are winning the title this year, so we'll get to that prediction with him as well. The lead coming up at 5. We got Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock. But you can call it a vibe check. You can call it a where you at. You can call it whatever you like. Where's your buzz with this Browns game, and can a win change your perception about Dylan Gabriel? And then we swing the pendulum to the other side with Dylan in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Blake Snell gets the ball for the Champs while the Blue Jays turn to their standout rookie, Trey Savage. First pitch is set for a little after 8 o'clock from Toronto. Get all the latest Browns content filtered to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
This feels to me like it kind of has to be a Dillon Gabriel game. And if there is a weakness for the Patriots right now, the linebackers and the safeties in coverage. And so if he can work the middle of the field, getting David Njoku back, Harold Fannin, and maybe some vertical shots when they give some of their single high look, that's where I think that Dillon Gabriel has to take that next step. It's finding the balance between being so cautious with the football, but then also being aggressive. So you're going to have to live kind of on that edge of reckless and aggressive, but probably what you would call it is, smartly reckless with the football.
Smartly Reckless sounds like a legit band. That was Nathan Zagura on with the Morning Boys, who can't take out their coffee carafes earlier today.
Are they smartly reckless by leaving out their coffee?
No. That's just lazy.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, the smart side of it,
reckless.
The smart side of it was that they then didn't have to, clean up their own mess or anything.
Yeah. Listen, they're big time, right? They know how important they are. Now,
it was funny when you initially said it. I was like, would they have Mitch do that job? And then I'm like, that's not how humans operate. That's not. And then I thought to myself, maybe that's how they would. I don't know.
Maybe that's why they keep just pounding Mitch into submission.
The KT Levinston of sports radio producers.
They're just waiting for him to get the hint and take the coffee carafes out, and then they'll love him.
Yeah, they're not going to love him.
And I hung in the air. That's just
they're just not going to love him.
We love you, Mitch.
Mitch, don't die on that hill if that's what you're going to do. Get a proper burial. Don't do that.
Yeah. Die with honor, as they say.
Don't die in that hill.
So, all right. Nathan is correct. Like, specific to Dillon Gabriel and the step forward. Like, I understand that a lot of people just would like Dillon to give you a starter's performance, so then you can say, well, one starter performance, he's a starter, yada, yada, yada. That's not really how this works. It's what you need to see. You need to see it more than once. But I do think taking advantage of the matchups you've talked about, which are the middle of the field, obviously the pass defense in general is just not great, so Jerry Jeudy, if he plays, that's another great opportunity. I'll also say, though, the catch-22 of this is, all right, make those big throws over the middle. Also, can we limit the hospital balls?
That would be nice. It seems like a specialty of his. We referenced rounders a lot this week, and I feel like we could reference it again one more time. He's got to have alligator blood. He's got to. We have to see something from Dillon where it just looks different than what this currently is. And I think where the fan base is turned off is that everything looks tepid, everything looks a little scared. Get some alligator blood in you. I want to see what Nathan's talking about there, where you get a little while being smart with it. You throw the ball down the field. Wait. What's the point of having a 72 mile per hour fastball of what is that? 72 mile per hour at the combine? You see, set a record for being able to throw the ball as quick as he can. What's the point of having that if you don't ever use it?
Yeah, I'm always torn on that of like velocity versus how far you can actually throw it, because they're not incredibly linked to each other. Because like we had somebody, I think it was K-Knoll on K-Knoll10 on the YouTube chat that was like, Dillon can spin it, and I was like, I've seen him pass beyond the sticks like twice. I don't like. Oh man, you threw that 3-yard pass real hard. Oh, man.
I know, but obviously reasonable minds can attest that. Like if you can throw the ball 70 miles per hour, you could probably make a 40-yard pass. You could probably do that. You pull that up. You're doubting it right now. I can sense that you're doubting it right now.
Listen, I'm not doubting the MPH. I just haven't, or NPH, because we're big Neil Patrick Harris guys here too. Bungle that joke. But no, like I would like to see it. And at some point, the plays have been there. And I think that's like where I think everyone grew frustrated with Joe Flacco is the plays were there, and he just wasn't getting the ball out and making those plays. He wasn't seeing the reads. He
was caged.
Yes,
he was. And what's wild about that is there's a part of me that does wonder if Dillon has been caged for 3 games. If he's trying to play Stefanski ball and isn't playing what actually got him drafted into the league, and so I don't know.
He wasn't John Elway at Oregon.
No, but he put up 1,000,000 yards. Like he did throw the ball down. He threw the ball deep in many opportunities. I'm not saying he's great. Let's not rewrite Dillon Gabriel here, but he did throw the ball down the field.
More than he did in Cleveland. I'll give you that.
I mean, 3 games, we haven't seen him do anything.
No, that's 100% fair.
Same thing with Flacco. In Flacco's 4 games, we didn't see him do anything. When we had 17 years of history of Flacco throwing the ball down the field. There's a part of me that does wonder if he's been caged in many respects with that too.
I can't give him that because this is the offense designed for him.
Let's see this open up. Well, no, but I think that's a bad design by Stefanski. Now I wonder if there's the result of this is a turnaround from Stefanski to be like, hey, idiot, I did it wrong with Flacco, and through 3 games, I've done it wrong, really, with Gabriel. Now this is the game that we let him do a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know what the sweet spot is with Dillon yet because I haven't seen it.
I mean, you're doubtful the way I'm doubtful because we just doubt Stefanski. That's the honest assessment.
Well, I mean, I doubt. It's a little bit of column A, it's a little bit of column B. I doubt Stefanski and I doubt Dillon. And so this is the perfect game where you could literally accomplish everything I need to see from this offense. You could get Quinshon enough carries and establish the run enough that you can run the ball across 4 quarters without overdoing it. And at the same point, if Dillon makes the throws that are there, Quinshon wide open in the flat for a walk-in touchdown, okay, I can gain a little bit more comfort with Dillon, and I can come out of this thinking we just saw the best Dillon Gabriel game, and then Kevin can earn my respect balancing the matchup versus your identity. Like, that game is there. That's the and by the way, you do it by scoring 3 touchdowns as an offense, maybe get a couple more field goals, and all of a sudden I'm singing a different tune on Monday.
Well, that's also easier said than done as well, too, right? Like, we just get a few touchdowns, we get a couple field goals.
No, it's as easy as how I said it.
It's not that easy. For this team, it's not that easy.
Did you hear how effortlessly that flew from my mouth?
I know. I love this. It's like when we're talking Cavs basketball, and it was like, well, Donovan just has to score like 30 and 35, and then it's like, I know, but it's not as easy as that sometimes.
I mean, I think it might be. I think, man, you're just a naysayer. You're just a negative guy. That's what's going on here.
It's like, they'll just have 3 touchdowns and then a couple field goals. It's like we've seen them do that once this year, and it wasn't really because the offense was doing it.
216-474-0092. Can a win change your perception about Dillon? If we're talking big picture, that's not what this game is. If we're talking about the immediate, like my beef has not been that Dillon isn't a starting quarterback. My beef is Dillon's not playing well enough to start a game, and that's what I need to see. I think he can absolutely change that. I think he can. I think he can pull this offense out of moribund and make me not like, ooh. So this weekend, right?
I mean, if he doesn't do it this week, though, then you have to start really believing in what you've been trying to sell for 3 weeks now. Like this is the week. This is the one.
I think this is an incredibly important game for Dillon.
He should look the best we've seen him look in a Browns uniform.
Let's go with Ryan in Akron. Ryan, welcome to the show, buddy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I agree with you guys. I think Dillon's got to come out, and he's hopefully Kevin gives him a good game plan, because the only thing I didn't hear you guys talk about is, Kevin has these flashes of greatness, and he has not had one yet this year. So.
Ooh, that's it. By the way, when was the last flash of greatness from Kevin Stefanski? Because I was thinking about
2021.
I was going to go 2023 with Flacco.
Yeah, and he's got it in him. And if he calls a great game and Dillon has, the time in the pocket, which is the only way the ball's going to get downfield. I mean, come on. They're going to use these jumbo packages and double tight ends, then it's not going to be a game where he's going to be passing the ball much. And if you can go into Foxborough and bully them with jumbo packages and 2 tight ends and use Quinshon, and you're just running through their supposedly good run defense, which,
you're not buying it. You're not buying it, Ryan.
No, they played the Bills. I mean, they got beat by the Raiders. They played the Jets, and who was the other team?
They played like Dolphins. They played a lot of bad teams. But that's why we saw Tua throw 300 yards on
the Raiders because they stink too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And a good Geno Smith game, like the only good Geno Smith game all year.
Yeah. I mean, Drake May hasn't faced our defensive line. And that's the thing about the Browns right now is any time that our defense gives us a chance, as long as the other team doesn't jump up 2 scores, we're in the game.
I like your energy, Ryan. This is where we're trying to be, buddy. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye.
So, I mean, I think that is closer to where I am about the Patriots in general. Like, I'm not, I don't want to call them frauds. Vrabel's a great coach. I think they've got something that can grow into something over time. Mm-hmm. But this game they're not there yet. Like even Stephon Diggs, I don't think is the same dude.
Well, I mean, is
guys around him?
Is Drake May on a heater of all heaters right now, or is he legitimately become a top 10 quarterback? And I think I think Patriots fans would tell you he's legitimately become a top 10 quarterback. But I think for myself, the verdict is still out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that verdict should be out. Like this is, and by the way, this is a great game for Drake May to make people believe in him as well. If you've got a big game against this defense. All right, then maybe we'll. And now, even then, like it's so early with these guys. We just rush to crown people in the NFL. Like I think, and by the way, we rush to write them off too. I've been guilty of that as well. But like Drake's a top 5 pick. Drake's going to have a long time to prove what he can do, but he hadn't done it yet.
I know, but like it's amazing the amount of stats and different notes I've just gathered together on Drake May throughout the week, and it's like I could pick any of the 8, and they all sound impressive. 4th straight game without a turnover. He completed 16 passes in a row last week, 2nd in franchise history on that record, while also having a 91% completion percentage. Like everything you see with him, it's been like 4 weeks. It's been like 4 straight weeks of what is basically unprecedented football, especially for a second-year quarterback.
That's also why I think this game represents something more for Dylan as well. Because if we just do the very low-hanging fruit, very basic vanilla analysis of this game and go, well, who's got the better quarterback? If you compare Drake May to Dylan Gabriel, there is no one in the NFL who will take Dylan over Drake right now. And
unless they're Huff and Payton.
And there wasn't, although, even then.
I didn't think we'd get anyone to say Stefanski over Vrabel in there, and we did get that this week.
That's the Ivy League brotherhood there with Ross Tucker and Kevin Stefanski.
Maybe if Zoe Gabriel ends up calling in, maybe she takes Dylan.
That's true. Even she might be realistic.
I'm in on Zoe Gabriel TikTok, by the way.
She takes. Are they married? I thought they were just engaged.
I'm already calling her Zoe Gabriel because I don't know her last name.
Oh, assume the sale.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
okay,
come on, assume the sale. That sale's happening.
But if Dylan goes out there
and Dylan's giving up on that, come on,
and plays a clean game, and you beat Drake May, that is the kind of thing that traditionally Browns fans will go, he was the better quarterback on Sunday. That means something. I think we talk about crowning quarterbacks that aren't first round picks, that are 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks. These kind of wins where you're the lesser quarterback in the matchup, these kind of games matter.
He's got the much easier test. This is the part that I need to, and I just want to continue to stress up until kickoff, the idea that the Patriots' pass defense is very gettable. Meanwhile, yes, Drake May's got all these accolades and everything that he's built up over the previous few weeks. This is the toughest defense that Drake May's going to play. Bar none, not even close. This is the toughest one he's had to play all season long. And so, like, if I'm Drake May, like, I'm not scared of the Browns defense necessarily, but I'm also sitting there wondering, I got a real battle ahead of me. Whereas for Dylan, every week is a battle, but for Dylan this week, like, this is as close to a layup as you get in the NFL is your opportunity this Sunday to look good. Like, if you don't do it here, I got a real concern about you.
216-474-0092. Can a win change your perception about Dylan Gabriel on Sunday? And we've got plenty to get into. Obviously, Sunday's a big game for Myles Garrett, but a big moment from Myles Garrett caught on microphone. That's in 5 minutes to start Quick Hits on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. Big news, the EV tax credit has been extended another month at Classic Chevy if leasing through GM. This month only, take advantage of this incredible offer. Lease a Chevy Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $299 a month for 24 months. See my buddy Jeremy Hamilton and his award-winning team, or shop online. DriveClassicChevy.com is where you need to go. That's DriveClassicChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Retired courtesy vehicle. Leases plus taxes and fees, 24 months.
pitch is set for a little after 8 o'clock from Toronto. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Wyma, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Browns legend Joe Haden coming up in 20 minutes here on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. We'll be getting to his take on Dillon Gabriel. We were just having the conversation. Can a win change your perception over Dillon Gabriel? I think coming off the Miami fans, or the Miami win, I do think Browns fans are looking for that strike, that match strike of hope, and I think Dillon can be part of that this weekend. We'll get to that with Joe in about 20 minutes, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Myles Garrett was mic'd up for the Dolphins game, and the NFL Films crew caught his pregame speech.
Coach keep on telling us to have some fun. Have some fun. Only way I know how to have some fun is winning. That's the only way out. Nobody having fun when we losing. Nobody having fun walking back to the locker room down. Clock 0, we down. Nobody likes that. So take that personal. That's the only way I know how to fun. Take that personal. Whoop somebody ass. Finish. Win. Every quarter. Do that. Let's go. Win on 3. 1, 2, 3.
I'm ready to go full Reagan Maui Owie and run through a wall. Is this evidence that Myles is becoming the leader people want him to be?
Anytime I hear like an NFL Films thing with Myles, I just always think to myself, I'm like, he must when that gets released, he must think to himself, so it does work. But in the case of Mason Rudolph, it just is conspicuously absent still to this day. I don't know. So the mics
field
did work.
camera was just pointed. It was in the wrong direction.
I'm glad to know they finally got that bug
there
fixed.
was wind interference. Actually, I gotta say, I was surprised at how good how good Myles Garrett was at kind of the hype speech. Myles is such a low-key guy. I didn't know he had it in him.
I've heard him do this before. Now I want to hear him do this in like week 15. That's the difference for me, is that when things are not going great is when I want to hear it from Myles. Myles has always been really good when things are either going well or he thinks things are about to go well. And I think last week he thought things were about to go well against the Dolphins. I think he thrives in those moments. It's the moments when his back is against the wall where we've seen it be less than stellar. And that's kind of the next phase of where I'm at. So if they start winning a bunch of games, you're going to have a really good leader version of Myles.
I would like to point out that there were certain people on the station today, not you, not Baskin and Phelps, Jake hasn't hosted yet, but that when I was pissed about Myles and the shenanigans, they said, Myles is just never going to be a leader. And then today it was, is Myles becoming the leader we want him to be? That was an interesting flip-flop. I just want to put that one on the record.
I thought wasn't the whole case was that it was Lima trying to bait Ken into saying that he was actually a leader, but then Ken got all angry and was like, no, I'm not going to say this makes him a leader.
Yeah, but, context doesn't matter to them when we argue. So
it's a great point. It's a great point. Why did I clean that up? Why did I clean that up for them?
I was just trying to be a D.
Yeah, I should have just let it go. They just don't care when it comes to putting things in the proper context.
Or putting coffee carafes away.
Or they read like one headline from something that Mitch wrote down and then just think that's somebody's thought for like 3 months, even though they never actually listened to the clip, and then they reference you having that thought for like 3 months.
That sounds about right.
Have convinced themselves that it's something you've actually said, despite never actually listening to the clip where neither one of us said anything close to it.
That's how you win local Emmys.
See, now I sound frustrated. Maybe because I am, sports fan. Maybe because I am. All right, Jeff Teague reveals if you say anything about LeBron, you get a phone call from his camp. Here was Jeff on NBA courtside. Here we go.
Anytime you say anything about Bron, people call you and say, hey, man, you might want to chill. I know you got some funny stories. Hey, leave LeBron alone. I came on here and apologized. I'm sorry. I'm talking these some real people. So I know ain't nothing getting by. They hold camp. They run the league.
For the league.
I knew you'd like the inflection at the end there. Well, between this, yesterday was a weird day for LeBron because the bettors had allegedly got injury info on LeBron, but then everyone that wrote about it was very adamant that it had nothing to actually do with LeBron and being involved in it at all.
Didn't want to call.
And it was, you didn't want to call. And then you get this Jeff Teague audio, and it does kind of feel that way. It feels like if anyone speaks out on LeBron, instantaneously, it feels like then they stop speaking out on LeBron. Unless your name is Stephen A. Smith, he just keeps going after him.
Yeah, the problem is with Jeff Teague, he has no credibility when he talks about the league that he played in because he has access to grind, including against LeBron.
Are we getting to Pat Bev territory?
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, there are more former NBA players like Jeff Teague who are it's like LaShawn McCoy in the NFL, where it's just like you're either trying to be provocative or you're just outright lying or exaggerating to make yourself sound more important. This is a messenger problem.
But this one did sound believable.
Yeah,
though.
but if like Carmelo said this, I would be like, well, I haven't ever heard Carmelo say it. If somebody of like repute had said this, or somebody who I didn't think was an embellishment king, I probably would maybe take more word out of this. And by the way, I totally believe LeBron has people that call up and say LeBron didn't like that. But to the extent of, hey, you better not say that or else, that feels very Jeff Teague.
I want to know what the or else is. What's the threat if you go ahead and speak out against LeBron? What are they? I mean, is Maverick Carter and Rich Paul? What are they going to do? I'm sure there's things they can do, but what are they going to do?
I don't know, and I care not to speculate because I don't want to get called.
I'd take a phone call.
At that. Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers facing off against the Blue Jays in Game 1 of the World Series tonight. This is a significant moment for Ohtani, who could win yet another world championship. I will ask you, are you rooting against Shohei Ohtani?
No, I'm rooting for Shohei. I'm rooting for the Dodgers in this one. I don't love the idea of watching all these Guardians players. I root for Jimenez, I root for Miles, for all those type of guys, but I don't. That's not the storyline I'm going with here. I'm rooting for what is appearing to be baseball's greatness knocking on our doorstep. I am opening myself up to the idea that Shohei Ohtani might be the greatest baseball player to ever play, and if he's going to finish that and close the gap on Babe Ruth, he's going to need titles, and he's going to need a lot of them. And so I want to get him counting as often as we possibly can.
All right. So on one hand, I definitely have had a debate this week about whether the best player in baseball being on the most dominant team is best for baseball or not, meaning like if he was on the other World Series team where he almost signed in Toronto, whether this would be a more compelling story. It would be. That being said, I think if the Dodgers win, it's going to continue to increase the chances that baseball does something about the widening gap.
Yeah.
Because I think owners are going to realize, oh crap, even the 1%, you have to be the 1% of the 1% instead of just the Dodgers, Yankees, whatever. It's impossible to beat the Dodgers at the way they're spending, and they might actually change things in the next CBA.
I still don't see them changing things. It's wishful thinking on our behalf to have that. The reality is that they love when Los Angeles is in the World Series. They love when Los Angeles is in playoffs, the same way they love when New York and Chicago and the other cities are as well. So I don't know that will change, but I agree with the sentiment. If we're gonna hope for anything, the dominance by Los Angeles might be something to at least awaken their eyes to all of that and at least get some of the perceived smaller market teams and owners to just complain about it a little bit. I get your voice out there in some respect.
I think the Yankees, Red Sox, Rangers, the Ricketts who own the Cubs in Chicago, I think there's a lot of big market the owners that are sick of the way the Dodgers are doing business. So if that means they got to win one more and maybe these people wake up even more, and because what's happening is they're not used to getting screamed at by their fans for not committing long-term 10-year, $700 million money.
Yeah.
And I think it's starting to make them uncomfortable.
I hope you're right. But I am rooting for Ohtani. The end of the story on this one is that I'm rooting for Ohtani, and I'm rooting for him to have an awesome World Series. There was nothing better for baseball than him having what might have been the greatest playoff game ever played in a clinching NLCS game like you saw in Game 4. It was so good, I thought it was my question for a second. I was like, wow, that was a good one. NFL fans question J.J. McCarthy's injury after a viral Thursday Night Football moment. I'm not sure if you've seen the play, so if you have to go ahead and put it into the Twitter machine over there. But there's a play. It involves Justin Jefferson going off to the sideline. You just put J.J. McCarthy in there, I'm sure it'll pop up. J.J. is on the sidelines, and he gets taken out by Justin Jefferson. And again, remember, he's out of that game because of a perceived ankle injury. He hops basically over Justin Jefferson, lands, everything is all fine after this bang-bang collision. Fans are wondering if JJ, in fact, was 100% healthy and could have been playing in last night's game, and in fact, Kevin O'Connell decided just to give him the injury designation.
The conspiracy theories abound about McCarthy, and I saw people dogging KOC, your buddy Kevin O'Connell, after last night's loss. It's like,
I told you it was coming.
No, you were. You were spot on that it was coming, and it has arrived. This is some bat bleep crazy stuff. No, JJ was really hurt. Why would the Vikings willingly play Carson Wentz more than they had to?
I agree with that. It is interesting, though, and especially at this point, an injured Carson Wentz, as you saw through multiple parts of that game. But the images, the video is kind of damning, though.
I don't think it's damning.
For how injured he is.
But yeah, I mean, but this is like if this was
it makes no sense.
If this was the first week that he was injured and he could do that would be a problem. Isn't this like the fourth week he's been injured?
Yeah, no, but the point is that, and I think they already said today that he's going to be in line to potentially start this next week. Like I think he was much closer than maybe the Vikings were leading on, and I think that's what people are attacking within Minnesota right now. Is he was very close.
All right, the Vikings schneid continues, if you mentioned, after the 37-13 loss to the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. Al Michaels had been telling everyone the game wasn't over, despite the Chargers having a 34-10 lead late, and then the Chargers sent out Dicker the kicker, Cameron Dicker, for a 45-yard attempt with 2 minutes to go. This courtesy of Amazon NFL coverage.
Meanwhile, you have a 45-yard attempt, which will draw a little interest to Cameron Dicker. Scott to hold. And there it is. Now you can say it is over. Now it's officially over. 37-10.
People online were seriously pissed at Al for this fourth quarter narrative. Did you find Al Michaels' "it's not over till it's over" shtick fun last night?
Al was pissed.
Yeah.
Al was mad at the league. Al was mad at the being corrected on the Roger Goodell tells me I need to make this point clear that the kicker's kick in London wasn't against hitting the wire, and then in fact that wasn't the reason why he meant like Al was on one last night.
We like it.
Al was to the point where I'm like, all right, I've gone against a lot of like near 90-year-old broadcasters.
Yeah,
we've gone.
Are you back
Terry
in on
Bradshaw,
geriatrics?
Lee Corso. We've gone at a lot of them. This told me Al still has his fastball in a nice way. In fact, this tells me what I believe to be the truth the entire time. It's Herb Street that's been bringing him down on these Thursday night games. You just have to get him some semblance of something. Because he's the only one that doesn't care.
It's the worst game of Clue ever. It was Herb Street all along.
The man doesn't care. I love the idea that the NFL could tell him, we didn't like your commentary on that. And not only does it bring it up, but then he also then goes in the complete opposite direction to double down and do everything in his power to make them mad continuously because he knows that Amazon's not going to drag him out of that chair.
I like Grumpy Grandpa Al, and I also think Herbie in the booth on Thursday Night Football is an atrocity, and I would like that to stop. So I'll allow all this to happen. This feels really good here.
Sounds like we have a perfect read there.
Yeah, we're loving this. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, former Browns cornerback Joe Haden joins us. We'll get his perception of Dillon Gabriel after 3 games. We'll also get his take on how winnable this Browns-Patriots game is, and Stefanski versus Vrabel in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth-quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. You guys know, on the FanDuel app, I'm the Prince of Parlay. Now you can be as well. And FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Wilson to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Wilson.
21 plus and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet.
Evan. All about Evan. And then that was a nice quarter, and that was the end of Evan for the night.
You got to be comfortable with teaching lessons. Donovan has said it before. I never believe him. You got to be willing to go, you know what? This ain't going to make us better. Me trying to take over this game, calling the offense through Donovan, ain't going to make you better. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I don't need the extra quarter inch. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. We've got Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for ESPN, in 1 hour's time. He had a lengthy expose on Donovan Mitchell that I thought was pretty darn good. He also picked the Cavs to win the championship this year, so we'll ask him why. Want to feel old real quick, JP?
Not really, but yeah, I guess I'm in the mood.
We're just going to go ahead and do it anyway.
I'm going to yes and this one.
Linkin Park's first album, Hybrid Theory, was released 25 years ago today.
So you know what I love? I did love Linkin Park and Jay-Z, the Collision Course.
Uh-huh.
That was my...
that makes sense.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, it was awesome, but that makes sense that young Jonathan would like that as well.
I actually had a buddy, Jim Cronister, that I paid $15 to have him go get the CD for me, and then I found out like 3 days later he had burned the CD that he had, like, when he gave it to me, I was like, there's no seal here, like, what's going on? And I found out he'd burned the CD and then had given me the CD that I paid for, and that was his way of like getting his own copy. And
I don't hate it. You didn't say you wouldn't do it.
I didn't know how to feel about that one.
I think he went into business for himself, and I think that's okay. Now,
we didn't end the friendship over it.
See, if it wasn't good enough to end the friendship, then I think you should completely forgiven it by now. But we got Browns Patriots on Sunday in Foxborough. The Browns could sure use their second win in a row there. To talk about Vrabel versus Stefanski, to talk about the perception of Dillon Gabriel, we're going to welcome on the fan hotline here. Browns legend, former Browns cornerback Joe Haden joins us now. Joe, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you for having me, guys. How you doing?
We're doing all right here. We were actually talking at the start of the show where I think we were surprised at kind of the lack of buzz on this Patriots game. I think some Browns fans think this is a huge uphill battle. I don't know about you, Joe. I think JP and I both see this as a very winnable game on Sunday.
I think honestly, I may be on the fan side. I mean, I think it's going to be a tough one. I know we can do it, any given Sunday with the defense that we have. But offensively on that, I just want to, I don't know.
Where do you see the challenges offensively? Is it just Dillon Gabriel?
It's Dillon Gabriel. It's the running game, obviously, and it's the play calling. If we throw the ball 52 times, it's just the throwing the ball past 10 yards. I need to see it opened up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to throw it on time, throw it on time. But I just need to see just the dump offs, the check downs. I love that he's not turning over the ball. That's amazing. But I need just more plays to be made, like a little bit more down the field. Obviously, that's not going to lead it. Running, making sure Judkins gets the ball. Heavy dose of Judkins. We don't want him to lead on Dillon Gabriel, but I just want to see a little bit more. Don't miss the open throws. And the team hasn't helped them sometimes with dropping the ball, obviously. But I just want to see him make some plays, make some big plays for us.
So I was pretty hot after the Miami game because of the two touchdowns that were there that Dillon either the one he didn't see and the other he actually just ran for 4 yards instead of throwing to Quinshon down the field. And so I was pretty hard on Dillon's performance in spite of the 31-6 win. But if we go big picture, 3 games in, what's your perception of Dillon as an NFL quarterback?
I think that he's an NFL quarterback, and that's why I think that he's still been able to be the starting quarterback. I love that he doesn't turn the ball over. I love that he makes good decisions. He makes very smart decisions. He's not just lackadaisical with the ball. He protects the football, and I love that. I just think that there's some plays that he needs to be throwing the ball on time. Some plays that, like you said, that play in the end zone, he was premeditated to throw it there. It's an obvious boom. If those guys run into each other, boom, it's wide open for a touchdown pass to Judkins. Like those little simple things, I'm like, I understand you're not turning the ball over, but there's situations where you're not helping the team, where you're not helping us, where those are just simple, boom. Like I'm not asking you to do too much. You can make that play. So just things like that. I think he's performed good. But I think giving him a couple more games and continuing to now he's playing versus this Patriots team that's a really good team. Our defense needs to perform well turn it over, give him the ball, and they need to, do the same thing. I'm not mad at what they did, but playing against the Dolphins, the weather was bad. The defense put them in great field position, so he did what he had to do. He managed. He handed off to Judkins. We did a wildcat for us to get the couple of those touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? So he hasn't hurt us, but at the same time, he hasn't helped us too much. But I've given him the opportunity of what I would want to see moving forward for him to, develop and do a little better.
Joe, have you seen anything that leads you to believe Dillon can be a starter in the NFL?
From what I've seen, no. I mean, I think he can be a guy. I think he's worth being on a roster for sure. There's plenty of good, but I don't think he's not a franchise guy. Like, I don't think he showed me ability to be a franchise quarterback. Not yet, not to date. I'm still giving him the more opportunity. He's only started 3 games, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, he hasn't turned the ball over, but he hasn't thrown these they hasn't done too much either. So I think he can be a starter, but I don't think he's a franchise quarterback, and that's not a shot because there's not too many guys that are really those dudes that are worth making $60 million a year.
How big of a week is this for Stefanski to at least maybe get in some back of the good graces of the fan base back in some capacity?
I think it's a big week. I think that the defense has been playing well. The offense, I think they just maintaining, making sure that the defense just keeps doing what they have to do, but showing us some sort of points, showing us some sort of running game. Obviously, let's get Judkins going. I love what he's doing, but some sort of passing game relevance, like some sort of thing that we can hit shots down the field. And sometimes that he did when we were playing the Steelers, they've dropped passes that Dillon Gabriel was thrown. I'm not here to bash him at all, but just we need to make those plays. If they're dropping the ball, other guys need to be in to catch it. There's what have you done for me lately? I need to be able to see plays made. So I think Coach Stefanski having the offense be able to perform, the defense is going to do what they got to do. But just him having the offense play well and now versus really doing it on the road versus the Patriots will be really big for him to show the team hasn't backed up and I'm doing something to make bigger plays on offense.
Joe, we had Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, now broadcaster, on earlier this week, and we talked about Stefanski versus Vrabel, and he had said he believes that most of the NFL would prefer Stefanski over Vrabel, and he gave a few reasons why. I was surprised. I think Vrabel is one of the best of the best. How do you look at these two coaches, and maybe which one do you think might have the edge over the other?
I think Stefanski, but I would be more of a Vrabel guy. I just from my personality, I think that he's a really good leader of men and is able to just do things the right way. I'm not saying that Stefanski is, but I've never played for neither one of them. Outside looking in, I'm more of a Vrabel guy.
Yeah, I think we are too. Vrabel's just the ability to
no disrespect.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Vrabel's just at another level, Joe, and I don't think anyone's taking that with any disrespect. What is it about a coach like that, though? We see this with some of these other guys, like Dan Campbell, for instance, guys like that the true motivators of men. How does that resonate as well as it does?
It's a thing that you can't teach. You can't teach a dude to be leader of men. It's who he is. It's how they are. Personality, and dudes can tell real from fake real fast, and when somebody's genuinely coaching you up, this is how they believe, and they lead by example. They just practice what they preach. You can tell that, and that's just something that you can't fake, and that's just something that some coaches have and some guys don't.
Joe Haden, Browns cornerback on the Browns legend on the fan hotline here with Nick and Jonathan, breaking down Browns Patriots Sunday in Foxborough. So I heard this and I agreed that the Dolphins game was the get right game, right? That's a game you had to get square. You win, commanding. That was a fun Sunday. So if the Dolphins game was a get right game, what do you think the Patriots game is about for the Cleveland Browns?
It's about consistency. It's about just doing the right thing continuously, making routine things routinely. You know what I'm saying? Just showing that is not, don't be a roller coaster. If that's who we are, that's what we're going to do. Be able to defense, do what you got to do. We had 3 turnovers, was great. You know what I'm saying? Putting the offense in position. Special teams, creating turnovers, bell pit, the guys hitting, communicating. Nobody's just running scot-free. They were able to, we just said Achane made a couple of plays where he was breaking it, making a couple of long runs, but bend but don't break. You know what I'm saying? Not letting them score in the red zone, being strong in the red zone. That's basically just doing that again versus a good team. Miami might not be, they're struggling, the weather was bad, it was hard to throw, all of that, but then doing it again in another stadium the next week. It's not about just showing like crazy ups and hips and valleys. It's just like consistency. This is who we are. This is how we're going to play. Just protect the ball. Let's make a couple of plays if the weather's better. Like when the dude instead of predetermining where you're throwing it, when that play happens, boom, there's a touchdown pass. You know what I'm saying? Just showing consistent growth. Nothing crazy. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just do what you do consistently against a good team. That's all that we're looking for. And they can do that and win, then that's going to keep the fans hyped. That's going to keep the players hyped. And it's not like it's nothing crazy. It's not like they can't do it, but that's just it's going to be a tall task.
Joe, as a former corner, I want to ask you really about Denzel Ward, but really about the position he's been put in. He's had a couple games, like Justin Jefferson in that game where he didn't look his best, obviously. But they traded Greg Newsome. He was visibly upset by that trade going down. Earlier in the preseason, you had MJ Emerson get injured, and it's just been a shuffling of the deck as far as the cornerback room is concerned. How hard is that if you're someone like Denzel to play as well as he has throughout all the adversity that has really hit him this year?
Denzel is a great corner, and I think for him, it's tough when you have one of your dudes and you kind of like you build a relationship. But I'm not as I think Tyson Campbell. He's been coming in and just straight off the plane, been able to play really really well, be able to help him out a lot. But I think just having that with Denzel, he's such a good player that I don't think that it's going to affect him as much as it. I don't think we really have to worry about that.
Joe, I know we've talked a lot about Dillon Gabriel. The Browns drafted another quarterback this year, Shedeur Sanders out of Colorado in the 5th round. There's obviously a lot of talk about Shedeur, and there's a lot of noise about Shedeur. How curious or how curious are you to see Shedeur this season in brown and orange?
See, I'm honestly, in my opinion, it's very difficult because you don't want to ever shoot. I want to give Dillon the most perfect opportunity and not trying to knock him at all and give him the opportunity because he hasn't lost the starting job. But with my heart of hearts, I love Shedeur. I think that he's going to be able to bring something special. I think he may be able to. I'm giving Dillon all of his chances, everything that he has to be able to get out there because it's not as bad. He hasn't done anything to not deserve this opportunity. He was drafted before Shedeur. The Browns obviously felt like that he was going to be the guy. So giving him his equal opportunity. But if when we start losing, I just think Shedeur is going to be able to make some of those downfield plays for us and be able to bring some of that energy that the Browns need.
Do you feel like they should be giving Shedeur any reps in practice? They're going just exclusively all the reps to Dillon.
I mean, obviously they don't want Shedeur to get that opportunity. And I think if you're believing in Dillon Gabriel right now, I think for this next week you can give him all the reps. That's fine. But once it starts getting like a couple of weeks, if the results aren't wins, then we can start splitting a couple of reps. But I can understand why the coach wants to give his first-string rookie quarterback all the looks to be able to give him the most opportunity to succeed out there. And I would expect the same once Shedeur gets in. He's getting all the reps and not Dillon Gabriel getting some of them. I think it should be Shedeur's opportunity to get every single rep with the ones to prepare and be able to go out there and succeed.
Joe, I know you played for both organizations, but just, for this Browns fan right here, can I get a bleep the Steelers out of you?
I don't think that's going to happen, man.
Jonathan, you give him a chance to say it.
It's a bold ask. I don't think it's going to happen.
As the I just got so much respect for Coach T. That's what it is. Like he's still there, he's still coaching, and
Nick calls him Coach Low T.
Coach Low T. It's more love for the Browns. It's more love for the city of Cleveland, 1,000%. Like it's Browns till I die. But the F the Steelers, like that's Coach Tomlin's spot. They showed me love. They took me in, and I just can't F them.
It's all right, Joe. You said it. You said it like 2 times in the answer. We can slice it whatever way we need to.
I'll just take the little part of that and I'll just play it on my phone whenever I'm feeling blue. Now, I do want to ask.
We got equipment. We can fix this.
Have you ever heard of someone naming their dog or cat after you?
I've definitely heard a dog, and I've heard that I had a kid, a baby.
A baby?
I got 2 Haydens. I got 2 Haydens out there, and I've heard of a dog.
All right. So our producer, Jake Murrin, has a story to share with you about his own dog.
Yeah, what's up, Joe? I was in middle school. This was about, I think, 12 years or so ago. I went to go get a dog with my mom, and we didn't know what to name her. Hours went by, and I just so happened to be wearing my Cleveland Browns Joe Haden jersey that night. My mom sees the back of my jersey and says, boom, let's name her Haden. And I absolutely loved it, so we did. And she's probably the best dog my family's ever had. We'll be turning about 12 years old this winter. I have tons of pictures of her in my youth-sized Joe Haden jerseys and all. So that's what you mean to me in this city. And like you said, Cleveland till I die, man.
My man, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. That's why I love the land. It's you guys. It's people like you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Honestly.
Look at that.
That's
Joe,
very nice. That dog's still barking. I like that.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said that dog's still barking.
Yeah, look at that.
If you would have named him something outside of Hayden, I don't know that it'd still be around. 12 years is a long time.
Yeah, if you'd named Nope, not making the jokes. I'm not going to do it. Nope. If you had named it Set the Valve, who knows? Who knows what would have happened there? Joe, you're always so gracious with your time, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And I really, really, really hope we get that Browns win on Sunday so we can all feel better about it.
Oh, no, me too, man. I'll come back and holler at you guys.
All right, Joe, you're the best, buddy. Appreciate you. Browns legend and corner, Joe Haden on the fan hotline. I was getting that F the Steelers. I was getting it. And then you jumped in.
You weren't getting it.
He said it. He said it by saying, like, I would never say that.
And that's how you got it.
Well,
so
because
you did get
Johnny jump in there. You jumped on it. You J.O.P'd on it. You Davey Shelton'd on it.
Ridiculous request I've ever seen in an interview is what that was.
He would have gone viral in Cleveland 15 times over, and maybe with those mouth breathers in Yinzer Town, if he had said, bleep the Steelers, and then done like a DX, chop. One of those chops?
Yeah, no, he was never going to do that.
Well, yeah, because you can't. I was
we also can't see the chops. We can't see the chops.
No, that's so. I'm doing the motion.
See us doing the chops.
Yeah, well, no, for YouTube, and then the chop is for the audio folks.
Yeah,
I'm pleasing both at the same time.
We know that
it's
about
called
you.
Being a grown man.
We know that about you.
216-474-0092. Did JP cost us an opportunity to get a bleep Joe Haden?
Excuse me.
To get Joe Haden to say bleep Pittsburgh.
Hey, by the way,
bleep the Steelers.
The true takeaway here, he laughed really loud to the low T Mike Tomlin joke. Cracks in the friendship?
Or maybe it was a sympathy laugh. You deserve that for cutting off my joy. What is your perception?
Jordan's never going to happen.
We'll react to what Joe Haden said is his perception of Dylan Gabriel through 3 games in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back.
build my Over 40 bands announced so far, with nearly 100 more coming soon. Get your early bird passes now. Sonic Temple, May 14th through 17th in Columbus, Ohio. Secure your pass for only $1 down at sonictemplefestival.com.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
From what I've seen, no. I mean, I think he can be a guy. I think he's worth being on a roster for sure. There's plenty of good, but I don't think he's not a franchise guy. Like, I don't think he showed me ability to be a franchise quarterback. Not yet, not to date. I'm still giving him the more opportunity. He's only started 3 games, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, he hasn't turned the ball over, but he hasn't thrown these really, they hasn't done too much either. So I think he can be a starter, but I don't think he's a franchise quarterback, and that's not a shot, because there's not too many guys that are really those dudes that are worth making $60 million a year.
Former Browns cornerback Joe Haden on with us in the previous segment talking about Dillon Gabriel. And it seems like through 3 games, we haggle over some of the different terminology. We haggle over maybe his individual performances so far. But it does seem like everybody's pretty much in lockstep of like, all right, I'm not seeing a franchise. Can we see a starter at some point? Or can we see a quarterback 27 through 34 at some point?
Yeah, and then it's interesting because then the next evolution of that discussion is, are we all doing this way too fast? But when you have Shedeur sitting there and waiting, I think you have to be fast about these things.
Yeah, I don't. And by the way, if Dillon was the number 2 pick in the draft this year, yes, it would be way too early to have any sort of thumbs up, thumbs down on him. He's a late 3rd round pick.
Oh, no, even if it was just Bailey Zappi in back of him. If it was just Bailey, I'd be like, all right, we're way too quick in all this stuff. Let's give it a little bit more.
I disagree firmly. I think when you're talking about a non-elite quarterback prospect, they have to play their way into you thinking there's something more than a backup.
No, but the difference there would be that you'd be giving him more of an opportunity to eventually turn the tide and have him do that. Whereas if you go to Bailey Zappi is doing absolutely nothing for you. Like you're wasting time if you put Bailey Zappi out there. You could at least make the argument that if the competition was between Dillon and Bailey, that maybe the light bulb will go on, and some of what you saw in college will be able to translate, and it will be able to work. And so that I think would be the process. But with Shedeur waiting, it doesn't make sense to me.
I think Shedeur being there, absolutely, especially for certain parts of the fandom, puts more pressure on Dillon in the immediate part of this. But, I think if he had another 3 games like he did the first 3 games, I think you could have Carson Wentz back him up. And I think people would be like, all right, we're scoring like 15 points a game, 16 points a game. Got to do something. The quarterback's the same thing we did with Joe Flacco. This town was gaga about Joe Flacco. How many people thought Stefanski, Flacco, the old blocking scheme, the old playbook, Nick's an idiot for 3-win Wilson. Vegas is crazy at the 5.5. It took 4 games for everyone to be like, all right, enough of that crap. We don't have that investment in Dillon Gabriel.
Well, a 3rd-round pick is an investment in some ways. You can't just throw these things around. But you don't have
the emotional investment.
Well, we're talking from a fan, or are we talking from the Browns?
From the fan perspective.
Oh, the fans can move on as quick as you need to.
Well, but I think that's the point. I think they moved on from 4 games in Joe Flacco.
I think 90% of fans already have moved on from Dillon Gabriel.
I don't know if it's 90.
I think a large percentage of fans have already given up on Dillon Gabriel.
I don't know. I got a fair amount of crap this week for saying I didn't think he was very good against Miami. I think there's still Dillon Gabriel truthers out there.
Then they're in your mentions. They're not in mine because I don't see a lot of defense for Dillon. And through the phone lines, through what we do on a day-in, day-out basis together, how many calls have we taken this week, Nick, where people have called up and said, you're not being fair to Dillon, or it doesn't make sense the way you guys are treating Dillon. He deserves a chance X, Y, and Z. We don't take those calls.
Fairness, we don't take a lot of calls.
But that is true. We don't take a lot of calls. But like this week, we haven't heard a single call like that.
216-474-0092. So you heard what Joe Haden said about Dillon Gabriel. How big of a game is this for Dillon Gabriel? I also think it's going to be really interesting to see if this game, in the end, winning or losing, whether it alters too much of the Browns' approach to the deadline, where David Njoku has disappeared from some people's trade candidate lists, and then I can't remember the website, but he had a 42% chance of being traded by one of the analytics websites.
Yeah, the ESPN article I saw the other day, it had Jerome Ford up there as the only Browns player out of the top 25 that were listed, and obviously David Njoku would be better than Jerome Ford if you were going to rank him and put him out there. But yeah, I think this is a big little stretch here, because if you get your third win and then you're 3-5 heading into the bye week, I wonder how differently they'll treat this. Like, if you feel like they then look at the season and say, maybe, just maybe, there's something we can do here?
So maybe I think there's more to be lost than gained. Like, if you win this game, I think right now the Browns should be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. If a Garrett Wilson shakes free for the right price, you'd be stupid knowing you're trying to get a quarterback next year. You'd be dumb not to go ahead and take a swing and get Garrett Wilson for the right price. At the same point, I don't think you should be going off another, potential seller team and begging for their, leftover garbage, right? Mm-hmm. So I only think your buyers in like 3% of trades that could be out there, or like a buy low pick swap Braxton Jones, the left tackle of the Bears, who is finally healthy.
Which seems like that could be a possibility.
So like those are the kind of moves. I think this is more, if you lose this game, you become a definitive seller. Whereas if you win, I think you're still a little column A, a little column B.
I mean, if they lose this game, then they have to really just they have to make peace with the idea that there's no in the hunt graphic that they'll be a part of.
Yeah. Well, and I also think it's like 3-5. You can start to sell yourself on, especially with 2 straight wins.
When it's not just 3-5 either, it's 3-5 with the Jets coming down the track.
Yes. Like, okay, we've got some momentum here. A second win. This win is going to be a little tougher to dispute with Dylan Gabriel than it is the Miami game was. I can understand if you come out of this saying, all right, we're 3-5. We feel like we've got a fighting chance. I still think it'll be a little early for that. I'd need another win before we get there, but I understand it. With a loss, 2-6, it's math. I mean, it is math with a team that is incredibly young, that has a lot of holes on offense, and a head coach who doesn't always lean on the very best player on the offense to get things done in Quinshon Judkins.
Which makes it even more frustrating why nobody wants to discuss this game. Like, the whole season isn't really hinging on this game. Like, this should be a hot topic for a bunch of people. This should be a big discussion for a lot of people. Like, the difference between winning this game and then having the Jets in your back pocket versus losing this game and essentially seeing your season just waste away it's pretty massive.
Yeah, but I think
people can't get into this one.
Well, I think you need an indisputable game to get in on this team with the plan that I think there's a lot of people in this town who've watched how wonky this plan was and then how off trajectory it went. Kenny Pickett for a 5th rounder. Joe Flacco traded 5 weeks
You're being generous even calling it a plan.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I think it was a plan. It was a lot of spare parts. Plan.
I don't even see a plan here. It just kind of felt like they threw a lot of things against the wall,
and none of them have stuck so far.
None of them have stuck.
But I think that's why this game is. It's funny. I think sometimes we equate buzz with interest. I think there's a lot of people watching this one with interest, but I think in terms of the kind of things that drives what we do, what we do on social media together, this game doesn't have a lot of that before it. It's a game you beat your chest about after, but leading into it, you do the old Teddy Roosevelt walk softly and carry a big stick.
No, it's got the energy of the Cavs-Nets game tonight, where everyone's just it's game 2 of the NBA regular season. We're all watching it, but no one's discussing it in great detail.
TB12 forever on the YouTube chat.
That guy's
there.
An aggressive chatter, isn't he?
He is.
I like him.
Yeah. Well, I said Browns cannot win big.
What's the well for? Should I not like TB12 forever?
Let me get through this and you'll hear. He said, Browns cannot win big games, a.k.a. games versus winning teams with no wide receivers, LOL. Why isn't this I think he means known, by Nick and Jonathan? And then he said known.
Wait, is he a Tom Brady fan with the TB12 forever thing? So is he actually a Patriots fan?
I don't think it's that. No, because he's always in our chat. I think he's just...
What else would TB12 mean, though?
Oh, he's just a Tom Brady fan who also might be a Browns fan. You can be both.
I know you can be. It just seemed more
I've never seen Patriots fans' tendencies from TB12 forever, although that doesn't mean he's not.
I went when Tom Brady played the Browns in 2016. I made an effort to go and see that game because I thought that was going to be the last Tom Brady game I'd ever have a chance to see in person. Mm-hmm. And then he played for another 8 years.
Thanks for that, Tom. I don't. This is not a big game. Like, okay, this is not what the first 6 games of the season was. So I respect the Patriots as an opponent. If you decide you don't want to play this game in a way to win it, if you want to get cute with it and have Dillon Gabriel throw it 56 times or 52 times, you can lose your ass against this team. Like, Vrabel, to me, is the quintessential Belichickian disciple that if you want to do something dumb, he's not going to stop you. Kind of like Tomlin 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hey, I'm going to make you run, and then you're going to make me stop making you stop running, right? Like, that's what this game represents. And so, again, I don't think it's IQ test with Kevin, because it's very clear, not because of the Ivy League stuff, because you hear the guy talk, he's smart, but this is an arrogance test. It's how much do you want to win, and how much do you want to win your way. So, but I don't think this is a quote-unquote big game. This is not, the Patriots are not a juggernaut. Like, the record is a little deceiving based off what you're actually going up against.
No, but it is a big game relative to the idea of what we talked about in regards to if you lose this game and what you think the season can be. Like, and again, if you win this game with the Jets in back of you, like, this is, you go from being a 2-win team right now to I can snap my fingers. This is a BOGO game. If you win this game, then you win the game against the Jets. Then you have a 3-game winning streak, and all of a sudden, it's a completely different tune that we're singing.
Also got to look another way here. If you win this game, 3-win Wilson starts to feel the heat on the old burger bets.
If you win this game, 3-win Wilson is all but dead, okay? It doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, in fairness, I did say they were going to go 4-13, and then John just never heard the 4 part. But 4-win Wilson isn't as good as 3-win Wilson. That's fair.
We only remember the 3-win Wilson part. When Fanta gives you a nickname, we only remember that part of it.
Okay, but I said 4-13. I gave him an extra
Which one
win.
do you want? Which one do you want right now?
I talked to Todd Philcox and Kelly Holcomb and Mike Phipps, and they said, Nick, you're being so hard on this team.
I can give you a 5-win too if you want as well. Do you want to really cover the board with a 6-win as well?
No.
I can go all the way up to 7 for you.
I believe this was documented.
We can get you to 8 if you want
real
as
quick,
well.
Do you remember?
We can get you wherever you need to go.
Do you remember 4 wins? I said 4-13.
Or do you just remember 3-win Wilson like everyone else?
The 3-win Wilson was really good branding, but
good branding.
I remember around that number for you.
Around that number is also 3, though. Which number do you remember?
I remember 3 for sure because of the 3-win Wilson, but again, I could see him going 3 to 4 wins.
I don't. By the way, I don't have
around that number. By the way, is a great answer to that, and low key really funny.
Very funny. I think Johnny Jam up over here is maybe not remembering.
Him.
Well, no.
You asked him. I don't know what to tell you.
No.
I'll give you 4. I'll give you 5. I'll give you 6. I'll give you whatever win you want.
No, I'm not flip-flopping or changing. That's another show on this station. I said 4-13.
If they beat the Patriots, it's a BOGO. It's a buy one, get one. If they beat the Patriots, then we'll fine. Then we'll settle right on your number at 4 because then they're going to beat the Jets. If you beat the Patriots, you get the win against the Jets. Guaranteed.
I just think it's funny that the guy who remembers everyone's take can't remember my take from the beginning of the season because John Fanta said something clever.
Wilson was just a really clever thing. It stuck with me.
216-474-0092. Should this game impact the Browns' deadline approach? Well, we can debate whether it should. I think it probably will. And could be a nightmare scenario this weekend for some in the area. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mark Spears coming up in just about 15 minutes here. ESPN senior NBA writer going to be joining us. We'll get into his feature with Donovan Mitchell. We'll also get into he is one of the national writers to pick the Cavs to win a championship, I believe, over the Nuggets. So we'll talk about why this is the year for the Cavs to top the Nuggets and finally not just break through the glass ceiling of the second round of the playoffs, but go all the way to the NBA Finals. But I don't know if you know this. I'm sure you do, being a father of two girls. Mm-hmm. The schedule really bleeped parents this year for Halloween.
So I don't even know what day Halloween is. I know it's got to be coming up.
Next Friday.
It's next Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All I knew is we were going to be working as it was going on, and I was going to miss because different places have different days that they do it, though. But I'm assuming on a Friday, a lot of places are going to be able to do it on Friday.
So that's what's interesting is I know of one place, which I'll be going tomorrow, is doing it tomorrow. I know of another place that's doing it on Sunday, and I know of yet a third place that is doing it on Friday, and then yet a fourth place that is doing it next Saturday. The schedule really jobbed parents who want to celebrate. If you were a college kid, this would be awesome. Because you could celebrate Halloween for 4 of 8 days, and that's awesome. I'm not a college kid. I have a high schooler, and I have 2 middle school kiddos, and we are going tomorrow. We are going Sunday. It's basically every bit of my weekend.
Actually knock on the door and do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I just looked it up. City of Solon is 6 to 8 on the 31st. So I'm going to be able to make the last half hour of that or something like that. Okay.
So it's not just, by the way, it's not just that it's like, well, are you going to do it on this day or that day? It's also like certain neighborhoods will double dip.
Yeah.
And
well, I remember a couple years ago, Solon did it on a Wednesday or something, and I think the actual Halloween was not that day. And we had a lot of kids from a bunch of different places that were not Solon.
But because of this schedule, the way this is lined up, my kids are going to trick or treat at least 3 times. And maybe it's because they're older, and it was a little different when they were younger, like your girl's age. Mm-hmm. 3 times is a lot in a small amount of time, especially when you have high school football to deal with.
Yeah, so last weekend we did the Van Aken one, and then Elise went to Eaton's. All malls they all do these little versions where you basically you get dressed up and then you walk outside of the stores and they all give out candy. By the way, the Eaton ones, there was she came home, she had 7 different gigantic Snicker bars, the major ones.
At least they made it worth it.
Oh my gosh, it was crazy. You've
had 3 of them now.
And then I think tomorrow we're going to tomorrow's. It's Pinecrest, and then and we haven't even gotten to the actual let's go out and go up to people's houses and do this whole thing. But Elise loves it, and they seem like they love it. I don't even know that Charlotte knows what's going on at this point.
So my girls definitely love it. And here's the thing. I've got good girls, so I know that, we're going to walk around with them. Mm-hmm. So they always look out for little kids. So, there's a part of me, I take pride going with my kids because they're just so conscientious of other kids. And, tomorrow, we're going with another family. So I know it's going to be fun.
It's a cool walk in the neighborhood.
But at some point, it's it is a lot because it's hours of your time on your weekend. And in fairness, we already got pretty busy weekends with a high schooler and 2 kids in middle school. It's just I think this is the kind of year that I look at and go, I like it. That's a lot.
So I wouldn't do every day. I think that's right. I definitely wouldn't do Sunday during football. I'll tell you that.
No. So this is so that I might I believe it is after football, but I still might be getting out of that.
Football's an all-day venture on Sunday for me. You know that.
It is a. I meant for the Browns game, but it is.
I know, and I meant it's an all-day venture for me.
It is an ongoing negotiation.
Yeah, no. Sunday is from 1:00 until we go to bed is all-day football. Now Saturday, that would be the thing. You got to give up some college football. That would be the concession that I would make there.
Yeah, that one I'm fine with. I guess here's the thing, like,
It's not even a good weekend slate this weekend.
that's kind of what I was thinking about.
We kind of luck out that way. Ohio State's in a
if there's
bye.
a game I want to see, it'll TiVo it. You know what I mean? Like, in which I usually hate doing. I know I said TiVo. I'll just record it. I know I'm using. I'll videotape it.
Get the old VCR up.
Hey, anybody got oh my God, I must bleep it. 216-474-0092. Betamax is what I was going for before my brain got fried there. How much Halloween is too much Halloween? And the other thing
You
is
get the dad tax on this, though. That's pretty sweet.
I don't think we need that. We do.
I need to get you excited for this. I need to get excited, and I get it. It's too many days. There's no denying that. It's too many days. But it's a nice walk in the neighborhood. You're eating.
Have you been outside
eating candy.
Today?
It's like 45, 50 degrees out there. I stop golfing at 45. If it's under 45, that's when I stop golfing.
Should you also have the same rule for trick-or-treating?
I think it applies. Yeah, because you're doing the same type of thing. You're just going for a stroll is all you're doing there.
All right, can I do the old man thing?
Yeah.
We didn't get this many chances to trick or treat when we were kids, right?
I remember you just got one day. That's growing up. You got one day, and that was it. And I don't even remember. I remember just Halloween. I don't remember. And we used to go to different neighborhoods now because I would go to my aunt and uncle's neighborhood after I got through my neighborhood. We'd pack it up. We'd go to my aunt and uncle's house, and then we'd go through her neighborhood, and that's how you did it. That's how you attacked a lot of places. We never went on a Wednesday if it was Halloween on Friday. We never went on the weekend prior.
I know they've rescheduled it because of weather too. That's another thing we never. I remember walking in Wadsworth through the third neighborhood, and my mom was driving along as we were running from place to place, and it was torrential downpour. And I will tell you, this is a great mom move because she was like, she's like, if you guys want to go home, we can go home. But I'll stay out as long as you wanted to. Mm-hmm. That's a strong mom move because her car got destroyed because of that. I got a great mom. But I don't know when it changed. And by the way, I vaguely remember one night when my nephew was little and he's 16 years younger than I am. I don't know when it is. It's good. I do like some of it. It's just a lot.
Are you a full-size candy bar house? I could see that out of you guys.
So now that we live in the country, we kind of...
you get no trick-or-treaters anyway?
No trick-or-treaters.
Oh, that's upsetting.
But we were last year when we lived in town, we were. And Vanessa was like, are you sure? And I'm like, we're going to do this. And we got 1 year of being the cool house on the block where everybody was like... Although I did have to tell... I don't even think I told this on air. I had to tell kids, because I saw some teenagers run up and they grabbed a handful of the full-size candy bars, and they didn't see that it was my house, and I was just like, guys, come on. And both of them looked around and they were like, you're right.
Yeah.
And it was a very nice, I was like, you know what?
At least everyone acted appropriately.
So their response, I said, but you can take two. And then they were like, cool. And I was cool for a minute. It was cool.
Yeah, my older brother's the full-size candy bar house.
You have to be. If you can afford it, you have to be.
Yeah, he loves it. I think people that are that, they wanted to always be that. They grew up thinking to themselves, we're going to be the full-size candy bar house, and now they just live out their dreams that way.
I think it dares kids to dream a bit. You're perpetuating it, right? If I do it because I was inspired by that when I was a kid, maybe 3 kids will do it because of that in the future, and who knows? Maybe 3 generations from now, 90% of it's full-size candy bars.
It's not a bad development.
That's the America I want to live in. 216-474-0092. How much trick-or-treat is too much trick-or-treat?
Are they changing costumes for every switch up?
No.
That'd be the rule. I feel like if you're going to go to a different place, I'm going to need a costume change here.
No, because that affects your and my wallet. That's why we don't like that.
That's a fair point. I've already resigned myself because Charlotte's got 3 different costumes already this year. I've already resigned myself. This is my life.
Mark Spears, ESPN senior NBA writer, joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk Donovan Mitchell, the Cavs, his pick to win the NBA championship in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
for LA, while the Blue Jays turn to their standout rookie, Trey Savage. Bo Bichette, who's been out for the Blue Jays since early September, is in the lineup for Toronto. First pitch coming a little after 8 o'clock tonight. Coming up next, ESPN senior NBA insider Mark Spears joins Nick and Jonathan to talk Cavs and other NBA news. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markatch.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It is a football Friday. It is an F-Off Friday. Have some interesting predictions coming out of ESPN for the Browns-Patriots game that we'll have to get to over the next couple hours as well. We got the lead coming up, Darryl Ryder coming up by the end of the show. But our next guest had a great interview with Donovan Mitchell. He also has predicted that the Cavaliers will win a championship, the NBA championship, not just a championship, but the championship this year. To talk to him on the fan hotline, he is senior NBA writer for ESPN, Mark Spears. Mark, welcome to the show.
Man, you reading, huh?
Oh, a little bit. Just a little bit.
I haven't got any negative calls from New York yet. I guess those are next.
So I do want to ask you, I saw that. I loved when you predicted the Cavs would win over the Nuggets. But for you, why is this the year you have the Cavs winning the championship?
Maybe I got too close to it, right? But from what I got close to in Sarasota, I was impressed. I've liked this team already. And what happened last season is probably still mind-boggling to Cleveland and Cavs fans. But I just feel like, pound for pound, that core four is pretty amazing, and they're going to have to break through at some point. So I feel like with, Hunter getting a whole training camp, even though he's had, some injury issues, and, add addition to Lonzo Ball, the size, the fight, the mentality, the thirstiness, the anger. To me, I think also the coach, being there for a second year, I think it's a good combination and a good time to believe. And also, the core four, this is the third year together, right? I don't think I'm going on a limb, but I think they're the most talented team in the East, and that they could get there, and not only get there, but I do think that they play Denver. They match up well with Denver. Their speed gives Denver some issues. Their size can counter Denver's size, which is one of the few teams that could do that. And, then you guys could put another banner up.
What surprised you the most when
you give me credit if I'm right?
Oh yeah, and if you're wrong, we'll just forget it completely.
Yeah, it never happened.
So you got close to the team. What surprised you when you did that you didn't know going into it?
I didn't know that. I also did a core four piece recently. I'm doing a Donovan Mitchell diary, a monthly diary. So Cavs fans, please check it out. I've been told it's the most revealing thing people have ever seen on Donovan so far. But I think those guys are so uniquely different, right? Like Donovan's a superstar with the superstar singer, wife to be, and big time scorer, and on commercials, and Garland is the 3-point shooter, is kind of like the comedian of the group. Jared's kind of aloof, doesn't really return text messages, but he's also the brains of the operation, and I think that Mobley's the growing star. But they also all say that as uniquely different as all four of them are, they have a brother friendship. They're very brotherly friendship. They're very close, have an easy relationship, and they have an honest relationship. And so I think one thing that is key is if one of them isn't playing up to par or they're not on the same page, they're not scared to say it. They're not scared to hold each other accountable. And in doing that, they're not taking it personal. They know that it's for the betterment of the team and for one common goal. And I think that's a big thing for a team, a big mature thing for a team. And if they lead like that, then the rest of the team is going to follow. So I think the camaraderie the brotherhood of those four guys was something that I wasn't aware of. Just because you work together doesn't mean you're homies, right? But no, their closeness and their ability to be honest with one another was something I didn't know, which I think is a very strong plus.
Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for ESPN, on the fan hotline here with Nick and Jonathan. So I do feel like we're seeing, you mentioned your monthly diary here with Donovan. I do feel like we're seeing more of Donovan the more he gets into Cleveland on kind of a national level. Is there a reason behind that, or is Donovan seemingly growing more comfortable in that spotlight?
Is there a reason why he's doing it, or is it? I'm sorry.
Yes, no. I think it's is this part of him trying to maybe get a little bit more of that national respect that certainly here in Cleveland we think he deserves?
Yeah, you know what? I think it's more so the PR guru there, B.J. Evans, wanting that for him. Donovan didn't seek me out. I sought Donovan out, talked to B.J. about it, and B.J.'s like, he's doing it. I'm like, are you going to talk to him about it? No, he's doing it. He's going to do it. And I think B.J. Evans' mentality is we have a superstar that's not getting his just due. We have a superstar that's all NBA who's not top 15 in jersey sales. We have a superstar who people just need to learn his story, and this is a great way to do it. So I think it's a tremendous move by BJ, the Cavaliers. And the one thing that helps me out is, to have a willing partner in doing such things. And so, Donovan did 2 interviews with me in two that were about 40 minutes total. And once it ran, like, the Cavaliers have been promoting it as well, getting the word out, because I think they want people to know, like, who Donovan is on and off the court. So they were really, really, generous in Sarasota, and they've been great in promoting it. So I think it's the Cavs PR staff who wants to try to promote the team and their star player as much as possible.
People that we know that are in the media that cover him on a daily basis have told us that in many ways these same people covered LeBron too, and they said especially in the playoffs they shared a lot of the same qualities between the two of them when it came to intensity and it came to the desire to win, and more importantly that desire to win. Do you see that with Donovan as well?
No, he wants it bad. He wants it bad, and he wants to be the next guy to have a legacy in Cleveland. I mean, you guys would know this better than me. Somebody suggested to me he's the most popular athlete and I was like, whoa, that's saying a lot. Outside of LeBron, he's the most popular athlete in Cleveland in recent years. And I don't want to speak for Guardians or Browns players or anything like that, but I just feel like while people know him in Cleveland and he's embraced Cleveland, same way obviously LeBron did, like, people don't know him like LeBron. But he does have honesty about him that's unique, because he's like, Mark, I haven't done anything yet. Like, we've gotten close. We've gotten up the hill. We've had a great regular season, but we haven't done anything. So he certainly is going to be – he's extremely accountable for the shortcomings. And I think even more so he's not going to get excited until it's done. But he's steadfast in his mentality and believing that, they could win the whole thing. And so, yeah, they both have a high confidence about them, but to me they're quite different.
All right, Mark, we got to get you going here in a minute. I know we had you on to talk about Donovan and the Cavs, but I did see you were tweeting about Wemby 2 nights ago.
God.
Just walk us through what you're seeing with this kid, because I think 7'7" is too tall.
I feel like I saw Godzilla. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Keep in mind, I saw Wemby's first game in the U.S. when he played against the G League Ignite, right? I've seen him play for France. I saw him play for the Metro 92 in France. I've seen him play with the Spurs. I haven't seen this. And what I saw was anger. What I saw was somebody, and maybe Akeem Olajuwon told him to do it, that, like, stop shooting these jumpers and impose your will. He's stronger now. He's never going to be – he's certainly going to be, like, you know, more Larry Nance size than Shaq, right? Like, he's never going to be a super big guy. But he is, you know, kind of David Robinson-like. He's gotten a lot stronger, and he's not settling for the three and the jumper anymore. I mean, his steps are so long. The jumping is, like, effortless. I think he realized if I impose my will, there's nothing that anybody could do. And I've never seen Anthony Davis so neutralized as a defender as this the other day. So I was in awe, man. I was in awe of him in the way that I was in awe of LeBron playing against the Celtics in 2008 Eastern Conference Finals, or I was when Steph Curry started rolling, and I live in the Bay Area, so Steph amazes me all the time. But to me, this was the most dominant I've kind of seen somebody since a young Shaq. And it was really, really scary, the league, and I think he was putting the league on notice.
Mark, great stuff, man. You were generous with your time. We appreciate you, and really love the stuff on Donovan and the Cavs. Really fun stuff for Cavs fans. Appreciate you, brother.
Let's keep talking as the diary continues.
Absolutely. Mark Spears there, a senior NBA writer for ESPN and the Fan Hotline. Great stuff with him. I actually want to get back to I want to get to the Wemby stuff later in this hour.
Yeah.
Because it goes against something somebody else said that I think we were both caught off guard by. But Mark's take there on Donovan and his read about Donovan's popularity. I do think most popular Cleveland athlete right now is some sort of a battle between Donovan, Jose Ramirez, and Myles Garrett. And I guess when I initially wrote those three names down while he was kind of giving us that take, what surprised me is that for the first time in a long time I can remember, each team has a superstar of a caliber you can debate who truly deserves to be the face of Cleveland sports.
But I couldn't help myself, and I almost wanted to. I mean, I was able to help myself, thank goodness, because I didn't want to be rude to Mark. But I wanted to be like, Jose Ramirez is way more popular than Donovan, and then Myles Garrett is way more popular than Donovan. But at least the Cavs do have some representation there. Like that's a good sign. I think it's interesting in so many different ways that Donovan feels like his national footprint isn't where it should be. And I think most people would reflexively make that some sort of mark on Cleveland in a negative way. But LeBron told everyone across the NBA, Cleveland's not the problem when it comes to that stuff. And so I think Donovan had to look inward and be like, oh, I'm not doing the things like he's now doing with Mark in order to gain some of the attention and the popularity. And it's good that he's taken it upon himself to do that.
I like the way kind of Mark put it, that it was the Cavs going to Donovan and saying, you should be a top 15 guy in jersey sales. You should be this. You should be that.
Like, you know how obsessive I am about finding out about players' lives and finding out about, like, I like that side of sports. Obviously, I like watching them play, but I also really do like finding out about them as people. That's just a fun thing for me. And I know a decent amount about Donovan, but for as big as he is in this city, I should know about 12 times more.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin. We just had Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for ESPN, on with us. He's got the Donovan Diary, which is coming out each month. He had the big 10-minute interview that was released earlier this week as well with Donovan, where we learned about Coco Jones and going on the road with her and decompressing from last year. I agree with what JP said, where I don't think Donovan is there with Hosey or Myles yet, but do you think 3 years in, going on 4 years in, that Donovan can stake a claim to be the face of Cleveland sports, even with Hosey there, even with Myles Garrett? More on that and more on the latest whoopsie-daisy in the NBA in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markach.
Mike Vrabel and Kevin Stefanski square off in Foxborough on Sunday.
Young quarterback's playing really, really well. That defense is really tough. Physical, really good front, excellent players in the back end. And then special teams-wise, it's a huge challenge. Some really good returners. So it's one of these games where all three phases have to be on point.
Browns Patriots, 1 o'clock kick right here on your home for Browns football. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think those guys are so uniquely different, right? Like Donovan's a superstar with the superstar singer wife-to-be and big-time scorer and on commercials. And, Garland is a three-point shooter, so kind of like the comedian of the group. Jarrett's kind of aloof, doesn't really return text messages, but he's also the brains of the operation. And I think that Mobley's the growing star, but they also all say that as uniquely different as all four of them are, they have a brother friendship. They're very brotherly friendship. They're very close, have an easy relationship, and they have an honest relationship. And so I think one thing that is key is if one of them isn't playing up to par or they're not on the same page, they're not scared to say it. They're not scared to hold each other accountable.
That was Mark Spears of ESPN talking about the Cavs core four, and it's interesting. We were talking. He made a comment about Donovan's popularity in Cleveland, and he had kind of deferred to us, saying, he doesn't really know as somebody who lives in the Bay Area. Mm-hmm. And then we had kind of both agreed, Hosey's been here 12, 13 seasons. Miles has been here since 2017.
Yeah.
So, of all things, it was a Keith text that made me thinking about if you had Donovan, Hosey, and Myles Garrett in the same room together, and you could only get one autograph, whose autograph you're getting. I feel like the results have changed about 15 times over. It was basically 33% by all three players for the first 10 votes, and now I think it's Hosey, then Donovan, and then Myles Garrett. So I just think it's interesting because, on no planet should we expect a guy who's been here for 3 years to be in that conversation with guys who've been here for a decade.
Right.
But yet, at least early results are, Donovan's getting more votes than I thought he would get.
Yeah, I think it'll end up being Jose, and then maybe Miles has just made so many people mad as of late. Maybe it's just not as desirable. I'm not sure. But in a long-term setting, so I'd go Jose first. But Jose's a guaranteed Hall of Famer in my mind. Myles Garrett's a guaranteed Hall of Famer in my mind. And Donovan Mitchell, in a sport that it's the easiest to get into the Hall of Fame, is not a guaranteed Hall of Famer. And so I like the longevity of Myles will exist with the Browns. The longevity with Jose will definitely exist with the Guardians. What happens with Donovan over the next 2 years will dictate whether or not he's got any sort of longevity of the other players that we're discussing.
I agree. I do want to put a pin in that for a half a second just to point out, as crazy as it sounds, I think Donovan's already a Hall of Famer. I do.
The Basketball Hall of Fame is really, really easy to get into. And so, but if the Basketball Hall of Fame had the same standards as baseball or football, it wouldn't even be close. He wouldn't even be in consideration.
But they don't.
But he's never made a conference finals. I don't know. I don't know that that's true that he's a lock.
I don't think that's necessarily I don't think that matters as much to individual NBA players for the Basketball Hall of Fame. The way if the standards were different, I think if we use the ring chasing standards as the end all be all and then restricted it to,
usually
that's 75% of your votes.
That's how you basically stamp your way into it, though. Is if you win the ring, then you.
There have been plenty of teams there have been plenty of good regular season players who don't go to conference titles and win NBA titles that have made it.
No. What I'm saying is, if you win the NBA ring and it is your ring, you're the best player on that team. I can't think of an example off the top of my head where you haven't made the Basketball Hall of Fame once you retired.
Oh no! Now we're in a lockstep. Yes. This is to get back to the point that we had put a pin in it so we could have the whatever sidebar I just did there. It's a thought within a thought. I do think the next 2 years are truly critical to Donovan's legacy, not just in Cleveland but beyond, because I think if by the end of this year, Mark Spears is right, and the Cavs win a title this year, I think we do this same voting thing, in June. And I think it's overwhelmingly in favor of Donovan.
Yeah, unfortunately for Donovan is that he plays in a city where we had LeBron James. And we had a lot of really good players. And so like he's gotta get to a championship level before I think people around here will perceive him to be in the Myles Garrett and even Jose Ramirez category, despite them not having to achieve what LeBron had to achieve.
I don't think it's about, I think Donovan's already, I think when you think of faces of Cleveland sports, I think he's already there. So I disagree with the premise.
No,
He's
on the faces. Like if we're doing a Mount Rushmore, he's there. No one's taking him off of it. It's just, are you in the same stratosphere as Jose and Myles? And for me, he's not.
Well, but I think we're saying roughly the same thing. Because I agree with your initial statement that I think the reason why I'd be surprised if Donovan got the most amount of votes here is because he's been here for 3 years. So if Donovan wins a title in the next 2 years, I'm going to rubber stamp it that he's going to finish his career here. Like, I think if he proves you can win with this team and the organization supports him to that, I'm going to imagine he's got another 4 or 5 years in Cleveland, and I think once you get to that spot...
But I also just don't perceive him to be as good at his job as Myles is at his and Jose is at his.
I would disagree with you on that.
I know. I'm going to explain it out here. So, like, Myles is, in my opinion, one of the best defenders in the previous decade in the NFL. And that puts him in rarefied air. But for his spot and his position, I think he's as good as it gets. And then with Jose, I think Jose's been a top 5 player in the sport for almost a decade himself. And, I mean, yes, he hasn't won the league MVP, but how many top 5 league MVP finishes does he have? I think he's legitimately been top 5 in the sport for a number of years, whereas Donovan hovers between the 8 to 13 category. Like, Donovan is not Luka. Donovan is not LeBron. Donovan is not, like, he's very, very good, but he's not at the level where Myles is in his sport and where Jose is in his sport.
I think 8 to 10 in the NBA is as impressive as one of the 5 best players in Major League Baseball. Or in the case of Myles, this is no disrespect to Myles, because I think he is one of the 3 best defenders in the last decade. The problem is it's an offensive league, and it's your first 15 quarterbacks and then the most important edge rusher after that. Just in terms of, like, what wins games, whereas, like, Donovan is what wins games, certainly in the regular season in the NBA.
Am I overvaluing Myles in the discussion then?
I think it's more you might be undervaluing Donovan. I think Donovan is an elite offensive player in an era filled with a lot of really good offensive players, and I don't think Donovan, I think Donovan at every stop has had to do the heavy lifting. And I think Cleveland, he's finally, like, with Darius, he doesn't always have to do it, but you see it. What do we see? What was the biggest thing that happened out of game 1? It was, well, Donovan had to take over the game. And it's like, yeah, he had to take over the game because nobody else was taking over the game.
I know, but
I think that speaks to his greatness.
Okay, but I don't see the popularity in the same way that I see it with J-Ram or even Myles.
No, we're having 2 different conversations. There's the path to popularity, which I think we agree, Donovan's short on time in Cleveland and short on the postseason hardware as well. Mm-hmm. And then I think there's just how good each player is at their respective sport and what that means over a longer duration in a town like Cleveland.
Yeah, but I think for all the reasons we laid out, so it's obvious why he's lagging behind everyone here in this discussion.
I mean, I think he's still ahead of Myles. I wonder.
Well, Myles might have damaged himself. That might be the difference in this discussion here.
I think the Myles thing's really difficult.
If we did this poll a year ago, I bet it's different results.
I also think you were closer to winning. And it's kind of like, it's the chicken or the egg conversation with Myles. I've made no bones about it. I was pissed at Myles for the trade request. Not for the trade request, but for coming off it in 6 weeks and making everybody who said he deserves better look like a-holes so he could get paid $40 million. I understood it, but I didn't love it. Mm-hmm. And then I think the other thing is, obviously his comments from 2 weeks ago, I didn't like either. Other than that, I think the Browns have done more to damage Myles' popularity than Myles has done himself. Like, yes, Myles is non-traditional in the way he approaches things, and he's a bit of an odd duck in some ways for people. I think the Browns being a substandard football team or worse for all but 2 seasons in the NFL, I think sometimes Myles gets punished by fans because that's a really, really feckless organization at points.
That's fair. No, I'm not going to disagree with that. I just, you can tell his popularity is not what it once was a year ago. Like, there are enough people that are like yourself that have really, really held his feet to flame when it comes to these type of discussions based off of what he did in February, where he dragged the franchise and did everything else.
And it's funny, like, on one hand, still a little irritated at Miles for that. On one hand, didn't appreciate what he said last Friday and has certainly blasted him for it. On the other hand, I'm like, man, I wish that guy didn't get dragged through the mud because of the team he plays for.
Well, but then again, there are enough people, too. Like, even, when the Cavs were in the playoffs or entering the playoffs, Miles, being the owner that he is of the team, was there, and he got standing ovations, round of applause. Like, I think Miles is going to age so much better than what he is right now in this moment. I think, like, 25, 30 years from now, you're going to talk about Miles as if he was one of the greatest Browns players to ever play.
I think it's much like LeBron. Like I've said, like, when people are comparing LeBron while he's playing to the ghost of Michael Jordan. And it's not fair because you've had 20 plus years to miss Michael Jordan. And that absence, and by the way, and to forget any potential lumps on that resume. You haven't been able to do that with LeBron because he's never gone anywhere. He's on every TV at any given damn moment. So I think once you get 5 years removed from LeBron playing, I think his harshest critics will just sound like a-holes. I think most people will see that.
Yeah, but I think if we're talking about 25, 30 years from now, I think this is where I truly do settle in on Miles and J-Ram over Donovan in this discussion is that, and again, Donovan's got 2 years to rewrite this and try to get me a new narrative, but J-Ram 25 years from now is going to age really, really well within how Guardians fans view him and love him and adore him. He's going to be looked at as one of the greatest of all time to ever put on the uniform. And then Miles, I think, is going to age really well as well. If Donovan doesn't win in the next 2 years and win in anything more than what he currently has done, if you keep getting bounced in the second round, 25 years from now, you're not going to be really remembered at all.
It hasn't hurt Brad Daugherty. It hasn't hurt Mark Price. It hasn't hurt Larry Nance.
Yeah, but they didn't have the ghost of MJ and everything else that accompanies that. LeBron.
Bulls fans still like Derrick Rose.
Yeah, they do. But Derrick Rose he was from Chicago. He was literally the rose that grew from the concrete. People like myself watched Derrick Rose play in high school. Like there was a lot attached to Derrick being the hometown kid that won the MVP in a way that was just different for that conversation. But he's not viewed in any sort of light the way that any of those 90s Bulls players are.
216-474-0092. If Donovan, Hosey, and Miles were all in the same room with you and you could only get one autograph, which Cleveland GOAT are you choosing? I think what's interesting is not that Jose Ramirez has 63% of the votes at Nick Wilson says right now. It said Donovan has 21% of the votes and Miles has 15% of the votes. Let's go with Cisco. Cisco, that's a fun name. In Kirtland, welcome to the show, bud.
Gentlemen, how we doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, buddy.
Hello, Cisco.
Hey, just wanted to kind of weigh in. I mean, obviously Jose is the shoe, and he's number one. I don't see that changing any. He gets injured for the rest of his career, but I think it's really a toss-up at this point because Miles hasn't gone anywhere either, and I understand that he's had not the supporting cast that Donovan's had, but at the same time, Donovan's ability to take over games when Mobley and the other guys aren't shows that he is a superstar in the league. But he plays a position that's just really, really tough. And we have a lot of good point guards and a lot of good shooting guards in the league as well. So I think we're kind of comparing him to the Steph Currys and those guys, which he's not exactly on that level, hasn't made it to where they've made it. He doesn't have the hardware to show behind it. But at this point, I think he's a scotch above Miles, based on the comments and everything that's happened with Miles, over the past few months and his comments, versus his contract and stuff. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Cisco, we appreciate you. I think one of the reasons why I love questions like this is, one, it is fun to be able to celebrate Donovan, Miles, Hosey, and honestly, we could have added Evan or we could have added Darius, who I think at points has had a lot of love in this town. It's cool to be able to have three franchise caliber players on any one of our three teams at any given point. But the other reason is it's just I really think that I don't want to call it like a moving goalpost or moving target, but it is something that can change radically. Like if Hosey won a World Series this next year instead of Donovan winning a championship in June, I don't know anybody but LeBron could ever touch Jose in this town again. Hometown discount, World Series, 10-year franchise players.
I think Jose's in rarefied air, so I think the discussion then it goes down to Donovan versus Miles, and obviously we just see it differently.
Vincent on Twitter responding to the poll here.
Yeah,
I'm not a child. I don't ask for autographs. Real fun at parties, Vincent over here. Whew.
I want you to ask Mac Keith's question that started this whole thing.
Real quick, I will. I think Mac's not the only one that needs some clownitudes over here. I think Vincent could use a little release here on a Football Friday. All right, I got to find the
I can ask
Keith
it. I remember it.
Alrighty.
All right, Mac, you ready for this one?
Yeah, hit me
We're
with
going to give you the question, okay?
Yeah.
Again, you get one autograph. This is the whole basis of all this. You taking Donovan Mitchell or Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, Donovan.
Is that close?
Do you think more people in the city are taking Donovan or Shedeur?
More people in this city are taking Donovan over Shedeur.
Yeah, I don't think it's even close.
All right, that was the diabolical.
If you ask it in Colorado, it's a different question.
That was the question from Keith. Okay.
If you ask it in Indiana, it's probably a different response. Well,
can we do a sub poll underneath that poll? Because I want to see
dueling polls.
I want to see how. I want to see how close it ends up being.
All right, let's have Jake get on that, or maybe since I have the original one, let's do that. Would you choose a Donovan Mitchell autograph over a Shedeur Sanders autograph, or vice versa? We'll put that up at Nick Wilson Says. More on this and some weird Wemby hate in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Nick Wilson here for my friends, and I've got a little tip. If a kitchen remodel is on your radar, skip the stress. Skip the sticker shock and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct, because you'll be able to get a full 10x10 kitchen for just $2,599. And guys, one of the many reasons why I love Northeast Factory Direct is they include all the features you actually
financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. We got a football Friday. I do want to get to the Browns-Patriots game again in just a little bit here, but we did our Twitter poll that I think has gotten a lot of Jose love, which I love.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Miles slander.
A lot of Miles slander. Fair amount of Miles slander.
Actually, for the amount of Miles slander, I am surprised it's even as close as it is between Miles and Donovan, now thinking about it. By the way, I did check Basketball Reference for the Hall of Fame monitor that they have.
Mm-hmm.
They do a Hall of Fame probability. 29% for Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, that's interesting. So the initial Twitter poll, 65% of people saying if you could only get one of Donovan Mitchell, Jose Ramirez, and Myles Garrett's autograph there on the same room, 65.7% of 140 votes saying they'd choose Jose, 16.6% saying Donovan, and now 17% saying Myles. And then we did the follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Again, at Nick Wilson says, if you want to vote, who draws a longer line for autographs, Donovan Mitchell or Shedeur Sanders? It's early. 40 votes in. 73.7% of people saying Donovan.
Yeah. That's actually, that's interesting. I'm even surprised. That's not very good that Shedeur got as many numbers as he is. That's a lot of percentage for a guy that's never played a game.
22%?
Well, yeah, it's the same number that Donovan has or close to the same number Donovan's got in the initial poll, is it not?
Yeah, it's Donovan versus Jose versus Myles. I don't know. I thought it would be much more 50-50. I thought the Shedeur stands would represent, which they're allowed to do because they're all over everything. They're all over social media. They're all over YouTube. They're a very loud group.
I guess we still got time. But I think the finality of this is the idea that what Mark Spears is trying to do and make Donovan as nationally popular as he possibly can be. I think it's a worthwhile venture for Donovan, and I like the idea that he's opening up more, and I like that we're knowing more about him. It can only be a good thing for Donovan.
216-474-0092. We got a developing situation at the Wilson household. You and I are going to have to talk about at some point.
All
Dad
right,
to dad, girl dad to girl dad. But
okay.
Thomas and Shaker joining us right now. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Hey, look, I want to just preference what I'm about to say. I'm biased right now because I'm on my way to New York right now to see Cavs play the Nets in Barclays Center.
Are you driving?
I actually thought it was going to say Cavs versus the Knicks, and I was like, oh, buddy, I got some bad news for you.
I'm about 45 minutes out.
Okay.
Oh, it's nice. Hey, the lights aren't as bright at the Barclays Center, so you'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, it was cheap. It was about $300 cheaper to go to the Nets instead of the Knicks. So I cheaped out.
I wonder why. Is there a difference between the two franchises?
Can't find a difference.
I think it's the difference between the two venues, if I'm not mistaken.
That's also probably fair. Real quick, what's your take on Donovan versus Shedeur autographs?
Well, I met Shedeur, cool dude, nice smile. Definitely would prefer Donovan because Donovan Mitchell is a future NBA champion here in Cleveland. So shout out to my future NBA champion. Nothing against Shedeur, but I would definitely choose Donovan over Shedeur because Donovan Mitchell is Showtime, baby. Like how blessed are we to have Donovan Mitchell? And this guy, I've seen this guy score 72 points in a game in person. He's amazing. He's Showtime in New York. He's big time. He makes big time threes. He talks a big game, and he gets national attention. How do you not love Donovan Mitchell? Come on.
And here's the thing, and I thank you for the call, Thomas. I really do think if we were another 3 years into Donovan, I think this poll would be even more interesting. Championship or no, if you'd only topped out in the second round. Where I really find myself becoming a huge Donovan fan is I just love Bulldog players. Like I just love dudes who just play so hard that you're like, that dude is just a force of nature, and he shouldn't be. Like he's a 6'3" combo guard. Like, but watching him play, even defensively, like he might not be the greatest defender in the world, but that dude plays his ass off on it, and I really just love watching that dude. I think he's got the kind of edge that I think Cleveland responds to.
And he's just very rootable and very likable. If he had started his career here instead of Utah, I think it would be a real competition between him and Jose in what we're talking about here. And Miles would just be out of the loop. If he had started his career here in Utah. I feel so bad that Donovan started his career in Utah and everyone got to kind of learn about him in Utah because that team did him no favors. Rudy Gobert seems like a punk. Like, he just kind of got screwed in many different ways. And so that's why I loved even go back to like his opening press conference. All he talked about was like wanting to root for another team in the city. And what has he done? Because he didn't have that in Salt Lake City. He's been to like 1 million Guardians games. He goes to all these Browns games. Like, he just loves it. I love that for him.
Now, from the faces of Cleveland to the face of the NBA, Victor Wembanyama, that's a hard name to say for some folks, but Victor Wembanyama, good at basketball. Just don't maybe ask Spike Eskin when he was on the Kevin O'Connor show.
Given his physical advantages, Victor Wembanyama should score 50 points a game and win 5 titles, and they should never miss the playoffs. He's 7'7". He runs like a gazelle. He is a foot taller than every other person he's playing. Everyone is so happy with his 40 and 15 last night. Put him on the list of 7,000 other NBA players who have had 40 and 15 in a game. It's not that impressive to me.
Yeah, that's a spoiled ass NBA fan take right there. I'm still skeptical of Wemby's ability to hold up physically at 7'7". That is a huge human being. I remember thinking Kevin Durant at 7'1" with his skill set, thinking you can't do that. Like 7'1" is that's as tall as you can go while doing what he's doing. And now Wemby's come along,
which is why he calls himself 6'11" now. By the way,
he is a point guard in George Murason's body. That is insane. This should not be real. I don't know how we are already cynical about Victor Wembanyama and what he's doing.
Here's the cynicism, and I love it. I like watching him, but where I thought was interesting, and there was a part that was kind of cut off there from what Spike was trying to get to, and the idea that at 7'7", as tall as he is, would he be this great if he was 6'7"? And like,
yes.
do we like him just because he is? And at one point, does this even become less sexy for watching an NBA game? You said yes to that really quickly. I don't know that he would be
with his skill set.
He wouldn't be this at 6'7".
Yes, he would. He's a complete player. Like, one, he'd still be. Okay, if we shrunk him down to scale to 6'7", he would still be a long defender. So he'd still be an elite.
I don't want to rob
defender.
him from this, but like, what made him special against like Anthony Davis in Game 1? A lot of that is his height. His height is a big factor in all this.
Yeah, but 6'7" is still a gigantic human being in the NBA.
But then you're matched up against other guys that are 6'7", 6'8", 6'9".
But a two-way player with this athleticism, with this skill. Like, it works. You could make him 6'3", and I think he'd still be a tremendous damn basketball player.
I think he'd be a tremendous player, but we're knocking on the doorstep of him in year three, which is very early for this, where people are already saying he's the best player in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, that was LeBron in 3 years.
Yeah, again, we're talking about all-time players. We're talking about the greats of the great.
Well, yeah, but LeBron's 6'8".
When you get to this but LeBron's skill set is very different than Wemby's skill set.
I mean, they're both basically point guards in a forward's body. LeBron's a little beefier, so maybe the defense would look a little bit different.
It's not unrealistic to think that Wemby's going to win 12 straight Defensive Player of the Year awards.
I think Wemby's already a better three-point shooter than LeBron was at this point in his career.
Yeah, LeBron had to develop his three-point shot for sure.
No, but I think Spike is way off. I think you could make Victor Wembanyama, you could take a foot off, and I think he'd still be holy bleep level of
The question, though, is does it make it less fun at the idea that he is a full 6, 7, 8 inches taller than anybody else on the court?
Not for me. I mean, everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, but like, yes, the freakish height is definitely, like, there are times where I watched him, oh my gosh, I watched him last year before he got to 7'7", and it was just like, this isn't right.
I heard Jay Billis on the call, and Jay Billis, by the way, really good at NBA. I liked him on the NBA because he cares. I think that's half the battle with the NBA.
100%.
He's really good in the NBA. But he was like, it looks like he's playing against sixth graders right now.
Yeah,
and it's like that wasn't an unfair assessment, and some of the things he can do is incredible. I mean, we're going to be talking about him taking basically 3 steps from the half court line and being able to dunk. That's how insane it is. I remember watching him play a couple years ago where he missed off a 3 and then was able to just put it back from the 3-point line, was able to get it as if it was when you're just missing a 15-footer and being able to put it back. Like, he's incredible, but a lot of his success right now and a lot of the appeal, the Ohtani-esque appeal to him is the idea that he's 6, 7, 8 inches taller than everyone else.
We've already got the he's too skinny thing in the YouTube chat. I'm sorry. I believe that was the same thing that was said about Kevin Durant. I think the he's too skinny.
Yeah, Durant couldn't bench 170 pounds at the combine.
Chet Holmgren looks like Slender Man. He's an elite defender. Like, the skill set to me is what impresses me about Wemby, and then the ridiculous. I almost think the height is a detraction at this point.
I think Owen made a joke earlier today. I thought it was pretty funny. He was like, you can't call it a dunk when he dunks because he doesn't actually. His feet never lift up off the ground. He just puts his arms up and just puts the ball in the basket. And it's like, yeah, kinda. Like, I do wonder. I wonder if at some point. Because so many people in the NBA right now are just appreciating the greatness that is Wemby and what he's turning into and everything is developing. But there is this subset that's percolating underneath, the Spike Eskin subset, where they're like, yeah, he's dominating a bunch of sixth graders out there.
Spike, you hating. Is Wemby's height ruining the dominance, as Spike Eskin might say? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. As the fallout continues.
all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
How many chances should you give a restaurant?
No matter how expensive it is, you got the babysitter, and a night was ruined. And Kenny has a story for the ages down at Disney.
I was trapped. It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll see if Daryl's feeling the football and F-Off Friday vibes. We've also got to get you in case you missed it at the end of the show, but more on Browns Patriots. I actually have something I think might interest you in the way that the analytical community / the big four-letter network is looking at this Browns-Patriots game. But let's get to the lead. Former Browns corner Joe Haden joined us at 3 today. He said that Dillon Gabriel's not a franchise quarterback, and he wasn't shy about how he feels about Shedeur Sanders.
I want to give Dillon perfect opportunity and not trying to knock him at all and give him the opportunity because he hasn't lost the starting job. But with my heart of hearts, I love Shedeur. I think that he's going to be able to bring something special. I think he may be able to. I'm giving Dillon all of his chances, everything that he has to be able to get out there because it's not as bad. He hasn't done anything to not deserve this opportunity. He was drafted before Shedeur. The Browns obviously felt like that he was going to be the guy. So giving him his equal opportunity. But if when we start losing, I just think Shedeur is going to be able to make some of those downfield plays for us and be able to bring some of that energy that the Browns need. They don't want Shedeur to get that opportunity. And I think if you're believing in Dillon Gabriel right now, I think for this next week you can give him all the reps. That's fine. But once it starts getting like a couple of weeks, if the results aren't wins, then we can start splitting.
Am I Joe Haden?
Not yet.
I might be. I feel like we share a lot of the same sentiments there. We're both very, very fair to Dillon Gabriel. We want to be able to give him the opportunity to have success, but we also think that Shedeur could do better, and we think Shedeur could, command an offense and make it work. And so it's an interesting and delicate balance, and I feel like Joe struck the right chords there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, Dillon has more support from the Browns. They drafted him first. I think Kevin specifically, I don't think it's a coincidence. We remember draft night in the face on Kevin Stefanski, the look on his face when they drafted him. And I kind of always dissected it of like, I think the thing the Browns value in Dillon Gabriel is the hard thing for you and me to buy into because we don't see the intangibles, right? Or at least we haven't seen him in the NFL yet. Where Shedeur, I think Shedeur has physical traits. His accuracy, that's an elite trait. Like, Dillon can throw the ball real hard, but I haven't seen him throw the ball real hard and real far consistently. Where Shedeur, one of his traits is elite in his ability or his accuracy. I think when you start talking about what makes you a starting quarterback in the NFL, it's do you have an elite trait?
Yeah.
And if I can't see the elite trait, like with Dillon, the supercomputer, I haven't seen the supercomputer yet.
No, it's been busted.
That's where some of our heat came between you and me when I was like, okay, if he's a supercomputer, why did he leave 14 points on the board against Miami? With Quinshon Judkins. And wasn't it Jerome Ford? No, it was Jerry Jeudy.
Where's Jerome Ford in the flat?
That was the one where...
that was the one that got highlighted.
Play, right?
Yeah, that was the one that got highlighted a lot. Yeah.
All right. But... it doesn't mean, by the way, that Dillon won't be a starting quarterback or that Shedeur will. But at some point, you're looking for things that will carry you in your career, and I've yet to see that with Dillon.
Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined the morning show today. He broke down Dillon Gabriel's best plan of attack against the Patriots defense.
This feels to me like it kind of has to be a Dillon Gabriel game. And if there is a weakness for the Patriots right now, the linebackers and the safeties in coverage. And so if he can work the middle of the field, getting David Njoku back, Harold Fannin, and maybe some vertical shots when they give some of their single high look, that's where I think that Dillon Gabriel has to take that next step. It's finding the balance between being so cautious with the football, but then also being aggressive. So you're going to have to live kind of on that edge of reckless and aggressive, but probably what you would call it is, smartly reckless with the football.
I just think if there are big plays there, you have to make them. Like, and the reason why I've said this all week long, and really since they drafted him, is this is why, like, when you have touchdowns there or when you have big plays there, and you check down, at some point that's just who you are. I'm willing to give some grace of like, well, it's, start 3 or start 2 or start 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
At some point, the game should slow down, and you should be able to see the big play there. If all Dylan does is take the best play, where the ball's supposed to go, by the way, every time, I'm intrigued to see what he might be.
What I want to see, I do feel like, last week's game in the rain and the winds and everything, the conditions didn't set up for him to really attack much of anything. And so there should be no excuse this weekend to be able to attack and to be able to try to go downfield and see what he can do. He does need some help from receivers, though. I saw this Drake May stat. Drake May leading the NFL with 20 tight window completions. That's less than 1 yard of separation this year per next-gen stats. His 3 tight window pass touchdowns are tied for the most in the NFL. Like, Drake May is squeezing it a very tight window. And his receivers are coming up with big plays on top of it. We've not had the same fortunate landscape there for Dylan.
Also, Dylan's got to stop putting guys in the hospital. I would say that's the catch-22.
He just does that. It's just it's like I was watching high school tape of him where he was just putting people in hospital balls. Like, it's insane. I just like. Did my voice crack there? I think my voice cracked in a pretty big way.
That's why I was laughing.
Mac, did my voice crack?
Maybe a little bit, but nothing major.
Okay,
you're talking
Peter
to the
Brady?
king of voice cracking, Mac Robinson.
I'm the expert.
Myles Garrett spoke with the media today. He was asked about Mike Vrabel's time with the Browns last year and what it will be like playing against him on Sunday.
I mean, it was great having him around. Hell of a leader, hell of a coach. Always came to work, was trying to get the most out of every position group, not just the one he was assigned to. So I'm glad to see him doing well. I wouldn't say I learned anything in particular. No, he didn't come in our room and coach technique or anything, but just watching how he worked with the O-line, how he was so involved and trying to work on everybody's technique individually. That said a lot to me about how much it means to him and how much of a player's coach he is.
Good for Myles in that moment. People wanted him to be like, yes, I learned so much from Mike Vrabel, and Mike Vrabel taught me how to play the game and all these other platitudes. And Myles is like, I wouldn't really say he taught me much. I appreciate what he did for other people. It's really funny. Myles can't give anybody an inch.
Well, but
he just refuses.
So what this reminds me of,
he won't ever do it.
What this reminds me of is we've had a couple times where we've been like, who are the leaders in the locker room? We've had players be like, no, we're the leaders. Yeah, we're all professionals. And then the team went 7-10. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, who was the leader again? That's what this answer feels like. I understand what Myles is going for. I agree he's not giving an inch. I guarantee you, Mike, there's some people around there who have said some really nice things about Mike.
Yeah, there are. It wasn't going to be Myles Garrett, though. And that's what I
don't hate it.
It's a part of Myles that I actually do appreciate that I'm sure pisses off a lot of people and makes him seem like he's being really stubborn or whatever. Myles knows he's great. And Myles doesn't want anybody accepting any credit for his greatness. He just wants to only let you believe and think that he was basically crafted in a lab and is solely responsible for his greatness, which he might be, by the way. He might be. But I there's something I can appreciate about within that with Myles, and I don't know why I relate to that so well and appreciate that so well, but I like that from Myles. I do. Senior ESPN NBA writer Mark Spears joined us last hour. He explained why he picked the Cavs to win the NBA championship this season.
Pound for pound, that core four is pretty amazing, and they're going to have to break through at some point. So I feel like with Hunter getting a whole training, even though he's had some injury issues, and add addition to Lonzo Ball, the size, the fight, the mentality, the thirstiness, the anger. To me, I think also the coach, being there for a second year, I think it's a good combination and a good time to believe. And also, the core four, this is the third year together, right? I don't think I'm going on a limb. I think they're the most talented team in the East, and that they could get there, and not only get there, but I do think that they play Denver. They match up well with Denver. Their speed gives Denver some issues. Their size can counter Denver's size, which is one of the few teams that could do that. Then you guys could put another banner up.
I would like that very much. It's just so early to, this is so impossible this year, I think, to predict who actually will be cutting down the nets, unless you just go, OKC won the championship last year, they'll do it again. I have hope. I do, but it's interesting. I think this could be the year where, all right, you won 64 games last year, maybe you win 54 games this year in the effort of get Darius healthy, figure out a couple different ways to kind of take another plan into the playoffs and then go from there. So I don't think the highs are going to be as high this year. In the regular season, the postseason, I think, is just TBD.
I like the idea that he was already breaking down the Cavs-Nuggets championship matchup, like in great detail there. That was really enjoyable to me. Just the idea that he already in Game 2, he already took us there. Atkinson, pretty vocal about where the Cavs struggled in Game 1. They were in the 8th percentile, Nick, in poor shot quality, according to Atkinson in his press conference that he had with the media yesterday. Said they isolated more than any other game he's seen in the last few years as well. And then we talked about this usage rate with Donovan. Donovan in that game, 37% usage rate. Even Atkinson thought that was a little bit too high and too much. And so, like, I do like that there felt like there were some takeaways that Atkinson had with Game 1. We'll see how he responds with Game 2 tonight.
Cavs CEO Nick Barlage was on with the Morning Boys today, and he talked about the work done behind the scenes while the gambling investigation continues in the NBA.
We've been ahead of this. I will tell you, as a team member, just as a team member working in the NBA, you know damn well what the rules are. We train every single team member, every single player. You go through intensive training at the beginning of every year. You have to get a certificate. So you know what you can and what you can't do. But I want to be really clear. We've got great systems of accountability in place. You know damn well if you're breaking the rules or not. What I will not say is I won't pass judgment on any of those individuals involved because there's a whole investigation to go through and a lot to be said and done.
Now, that's a man that when he swears, he doesn't sound funny doing it. We always talk about that, like who sounds forced when they're swearing or whatever. Mac, I feel like, has been accused of being a person that swears in an awkward way. Mm-hmm. When Nick said "damn" in there, that felt right.
Us Knicks, we know how to curse. I also, by the way, that is the message you want out there, especially when one of your former team employees is under investigation for being part of whatever the latest gambling thing is. It's going to be really interesting over the next 18 months how the narrative about gambling investigations and gambling scandals changes. Because we talked yesterday, I was like, I'm done with the pearl clutching. This is a part of real life. This is part of everyday life. How do you go from here? I don't know whether the players are going to bear more of a responsibility or the people are just going to keep blaming the league or whatever. It is interesting that teams, by and large, have not gotten a lot of the angst in all of this.
So there's a couple things here. I don't think this is some watershed moment. Back in the day, everyone thought it would be some big moment for the league with Donaghy. You thought it would be some big moment for We've always thought these things. But Nick, one thing that is different in this, and I'd love your opinion on it. Why do you feel like this has gotten the attention it's gotten, whereas baseball and what happened with Clase and Ortiz was a very similar thing in many respects, didn't get 1/20th the attention?
I think because it was put on. Are you talking about the Clase and I was thinking about the Ohtani thing. Specific to that, I think, quite frankly, the NBA is just a more popular league, and I think NBA betting is a little more popular.
Because I do think, don't you have to think it's wild. The comparison between the two and the coverage between the two has been basically night and day. Baseball's coverage, this happened and it was covered here. We talked about it here, but it was not addressed in any sort of way that this NBA thing is addressed right now and has been over the past 24 hours, where it's been a national story. It's been on every news outlet you could find. It's crossed over from sports into the general populace, which is not something that really happened with baseball.
That is the lead. Are you more confident in Kevin Stefanski on Sunday or Dylan Gabriel? And the numbers don't lie. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Daisy French Onion Dip.
ever young. Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Dale Ryder coming up in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on The Fan. So I've been teasing this for a minute. You and I both think this is a winnable game.
Yeah.
I think the Patriots are a good team. I do not think they're a great team. I think they're a little bit of a product of the schedule they've played, where they've played 2 good teams so far, and they've played 5 teams like the Raiders, the Jets, the Dolphins, and there are 2 more, but this is not a smut film. I don't want to smut up the airwaves here.
We leave that for the clownatoots.
We leave that for the clownatoots.
Enjoy the bulge.
And I also think, I do think Drake May's a really good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little statistically inflated by playing against some bad defenses. However, you and I think this is a winnable game. That is not what ESPN's prediction machine here for their NFL Week 8 predictions have.
They went to the prediction machine.
Of their 3...
I thought you told me I was getting fun analytics or something. The prediction machine?
Well, it's from 3 analytics writers, and then they do have an FPI prediction.
Oh, I do like FPI. Okay.
You've been a fan of the FPI forever.
Sure.
FBI, take it or leave it. But FPI...
Well, after Patel and him, the Toronto Rangers comments, I'm kind of out on the FBI right now.
I'm in on marsupialize, though. That's what I'm more in on.
Although I did come to the conclusion that I've judged people that don't believe in any conspiracy theories harder than people that believe in some. Because
is it like
if you don't believe in any conspiracy theories, you really think FBI is batting 100%?
So wait.
You really think that?
So your options are people who believe in some.
I'm taking some.
People who believe in none, or people who believe in all.
No. You added the third option in there.
Oh, no, I mean
it was either some or a none for me. I don't throw the
third one.
I don't throw them into my group. It was either the people that exist in some or believe in some, or the people that believe in none. I used to be
Shouldn't there be different levels to the sum, though?
No, it's my game.
You believe in 2.
It's my game.
I'm just checking here. I'm just trying to make sure it's a fair game.
No, I'm like a carny man here, okay? My games get rigged. What are we talking about?
By the way, if I was a carny guy, I would never get your weight right, but I would be very offensive to you. Right?
Isn't that the point of those games? Is that you're paying the $5 for the stuffed animal, and they're still making the money anyway, and so they don't really care if they get it right or wrong. So if you're just be funny in the meanwhile, that's okay too.
Or I would just target people on a first date, and I'd go 20 pounds below. Think about it. If you say, "Ooh, you look about 215," and they're a rugged 230, they're going to be like, "That is correct, sir."
They just say, yes, you're right 100% of the time. I can see you being
look about 105. Is that fair?
Have you seen
100%?
Have you seen the carny that sits in the dunk tank and just hurls insults at people, trying to then get them to actually get to the dunk tank and have them go down? I could see
Medina County Fair had that for a couple years.
I could see you being awesome at that job.
I think it would be a lot of fun. Now, the problem is you can get into those cages pretty easily. So that where I think that
but by the time people get to the spot where you can jump up and maybe even hurl and get into the cage,
there's one way in, one way out.
It just feels like that's you calm down by that point. I feel like most people, you sign up for the game, you know what the game is. The carny man's in the dunk tank. He's going to try to hurl insults. He gets to have as much fun. It's like being at a comedy show where the comedian just basically only a couple spots in life you just get to hurl whatever you want at people. And as a comedian, you get to do that in many ways because you have the mic, right? Same thing here with the carny man.
All right, I don't remember which year it was, and one of my family members can back me up on this. I definitely remember Mac, behind the thing, hurling insults, and there was a very angry redneck at the Medina County Fair who I believe did break through the cage and did get this. So I believe he did that. So... yes,
that's just unfortunate. That's just unfortunate happening.
That's just career.
That's all that is. One out of every so many, something's going to happen.
I don't know. I feel like my problem is I would say the meanest thing I could think of, and then go, "Oh, I'm sorry." I think my Midwest niceness would kick in
after they pay $20. You're like, I didn't mean it, right?
Yeah, I was just playing it up for the effect. Well, no, because I can say mean things to people I like because I think you guys know I don't mean it. So then it's just a funny joke. Whereas somebody who might not know that I don't mean it, I think my conscience would kick in. That's why I could never. It could never be about that game.
It's performative, though. You'd have to do it for the heart of the dollar.
So back to analytics.
Yeah, what does FPI say?
Well, we'll get to FPI in a second there, all right? I know you want to get to the FPI, but you got to earn your way there.
I'm just itching.
I would get a balm for it if you're itching.
We do have to go see the doctor.
Let's see. Maldonado. So it's the three analysts who pick it. Maldonado, Patriots 26, Browns 14.
Martin Maldonado?
Sure. Moody's, not Jake Moody. We're Mad-Eye Moody. Moody's picks Patriots 24, Browns 12, and then Seth Walder. I thought we were friends. Patriots 27, Browns 18. So pretty much everybody expects the Browns to go, and now what would be their ninth straight road loss against the spread.
Understand this, Browns fans. We are not the favorite, and we're not the belle of the ball when it comes to these discussions, because the Patriots, the NFL writers want the Patriots to be good again. They do. And so they're going to root for Drake May.
Make the Patriots great again.
They're going to root for this Drake May story to be real. They're going to root for Vrabel to be real. There's so many different components to this Patriots team that they want to root for more than they want to root for the Browns. That just seems obvious to anybody paying attention. But they probably really do. They generally do believe the Patriots are a better team than the Browns right now.
All right.
Our big comeback win was the Dolphins. The only team people think are in the complete bottom of the basement.
I thought the comeback win was the Packers and the fluky win was the Dolphins. Or have I overdefined both of the wins?
It doesn't matter.
They were fun.
All right, what does FPI say?
He's ready for FPI. The itch is back. New England has a 68.1% chance of winning this game, and then in parentheses by an average of 7.5 points.
All right, I can cook with 68%.
Meaning you're only going to win 32% of the times?
Yeah, I think that's fine with me.
I mean, it's the numbers. It's an FPI prediction. I don't think it's that feels like a 2-1 chances that New England wins this. I don't think it's 50-50. I think it's much closer to like 60-40 though.
We're in the same ballpark though. Like that's you give me if you did 100 simulations and it meant that they won 65 of them, I think I'm accepting the idea that we win 35 of these.
All right, now this game this sounds like a trick question when I ask it.
Okay,
but given this game, we both agree it's important for Kevin and it's important for Dylan.
Yeah.
Are you more confident in Kevin Stefanski in this game and what will be called of him and what will be asked of him?
Confidence the wrong term here. I have no confidence in either, but I have to choose.
Yeah, you have to. You're comparing your confidence to either.
I think that Dylan's going to have the best game we've seen Dylan Gabriel have. I don't think it's because Kevin Stefanski is going to do anything wonderful or awesome here.
Okay.
I just think it's just the setup. That's all. It's the only thing that Dylan has going for himself here is the setup. It's very favorable to let Dylan actually, again, look at all these quarterbacks against the Patriots that have had a bunch of yards. Tua threw for 300 yards against this Patriots team. Spencer Rattler still might be throwing touchdowns against this Patriots team. Like, there's a lot of quarterbacks. We don't even think fondly of. Geno Smith had a great game against the Patriots from a passing standpoint. It won't be because Stefanski did anything special. It'll just be because this is the best chance for Dylan to look good because so many other mediocre quarterbacks have been able to look good against the Patriots.
So I guess when I start thinking of confidence, I think what would cause me to lose confidence? With Kevin Stefanski, if Kevin has Dylan throw 52-plus times, which he did 2 weeks ago, I would lose confidence in you for that kind of chicanery 2 out of the last 3 weeks, right? With Dylan, it is, are there plays out there that you're not taking advantage of? In 3 starts, there are 2 of the 3 starts. Kevin Stefanski's run the ball, and he's run the ball convincingly. So I have a 66% chance of being pleased if we're going off the first 3 games. I'm about to do Steiner math here. Mm-hmm. Whereas Dylan, each one of the games, there have been plays left. I mean, I would say the game where he left the least amount of points on the board would be the Minnesota game. But, I mean, he missed open receivers or just didn't see open receivers in the last 2 games in a way that is detrimental to winning. I lean Stefanski here, even if you and I share the sentiment that I don't necessarily trust either in this matchup.
I mean, you're asking me to choose between 2 things I don't believe in, and so I have to choose one thing that I don't believe in and continue forward here. The problem with Stefanski, and I really do think I bit the bug that is attached to Stefanski, whereas I have no confidence in him. I have no confidence in any given game that I believe he can pull off what he needs to pull off, and I don't know how he gets that back, Nick. I truthfully don't. I don't know how he recovers from what a bad spot he has put himself into.
So I haven't lost all hope in Kevin Stefanski. I have allowed myself to talk myself off where I was at the end of last season and give them a little bit of grace in the idea that Deshaun was a big part of what was wrong with the team last year. In the emotion of the moment, I will admit that I probably just completely disregarded that. It was a part of it, even if it wasn't all of it. You played more than half your season without Deshaun last year. It should have gone better than 3-14. I digress. So I haven't lost complete hope with Kevin. I think so much of the talk around him outside of Cleveland is disingenuous and silly in terms of, wow, two-time coach of the year, this, that, and the other. But he's given up. I mean, there are opportunities. He has schemed guys open the last 2 weeks, or the last 3 weeks. And in fairness, he did it with Joe as well the first 4 weeks. You can scheme guys open, but if the quarterback doesn't see it or doesn't throw to it, it's on the quarterback. So even though I think Kevin is a bit overrated, and even though I think Kevin's probably closer to being on his way out than he is saving himself and saving the Browns franchise, I think Kevin's doing some of the things you need him to do. I disagree with his distribution of run to pass almost every week, but at least here I can say, well, it's not Kevin's fault that we didn't see Jerome Ford on the perfect play and we tried to draw the DPI there. It's not Kevin's fault that Quinshawn was wide open and Dylan thought, I should run for 4 yards instead.
Yeah, but it is his fault that we went 11 straight games and scored 13 points, averaged 13 points in the 11 straight games, and we didn't score more than 20 for 11 straight games. It is his fault that this is the 12th quarterback now that he's had, which is an astonishingly large number, and he's not been able to get any of them to look like a competent quarterback outside of a 5-game stretch with Joe Flacco. Like there's a lot that just points for Kevin. It's an historical thing, and it's what we've seen over a long time. Whereas with Dylan, maybe I'm just hoping on what I don't know or what I haven't seen. It's just been 3 games, and so I'm just kind of hoping that maybe some of the things that they tell us he has will be able to showcase itself.
I do think that Kevin has overly stressed. Don't turn the ball over to these guys, and I do think that's causing havoc with. It certainly it was with Joe, where you could see the internal debate as he was trying to make plays. But through 7 weeks, if both quarterbacks have turned down plays that were available and big plays that were available, I don't know how I can put that on the head coach, or put it all on the head coach.
Well, it's his assessment was that Dylan Gabriel had this supercomputer brain and was going to be able to figure it all out. And so like his assessment is a part of this, and his assessment in thinking that Dylan Gabriel could do this job and was going to be able to pull it off to me, it's a pure reflection of Stefanski.
216-474-0092. Chris in Chicago, we know you got a point here, buddy, but are you more confident in Kevin Stefanski in this Patriots game, or are you more confident in Dylan Gabriel?
I'm kind of siding with Jonathan here. I can kind of fast forward to the press conference after the game and having Kevin doing his usual mumbling and we all could do better kind of thing. And then I can just see Dylan Gabriel probably really not playing that well, even though it's going to be easy to either run or pass or whatever. It was supposed to be easy to run or pass against Pittsburgh, and they couldn't do that. So I don't know. I have zero faith in them, especially since it's on the road. So zero faith going into the weekend. I hate to say that, but that's my point.
We don't love that. Chris, you're usually the one that calls in and gets us hyped up on this.
I know. Sometimes I am.
11 straight road losses there, Chris.
Why are you throwing him into the abyss?
Well, he mentioned the road games. He mentioned how we struggle on the road. It's a good point, Chris.
We really do.
I thought we were propping him up.
Haven't won on the road since week 2 of last season, Chris. Well, why can't they win away from Huntington?
I know. Hey, I had another real quick point. Jonathan, you were saying earlier you couldn't understand why there was so much more hype about this latest gambling thing versus the Guardians. I mean, come on, it involves 80% of the mafia. There's high-tech espionage stuff with poker. I mean, what'd you have, a couple of boring pitchers on a boring middle-market team throwing a strike here and there versus that? I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah, the contact lenses can see through the cards. That's not enough. That's not enough for me.
Can they see through everything?
I did wonder about that. I didn't know how.
Those could be in high demand.
How high demand?
I mean, they'd sell out on Amazon pretty quickly. Got a lot of pervs out there. Mac, looking at you.
A lot of pervs.
All right, we are just a couple family men here. Hey, it needed to be said. Matt. Everybody was thinking. All the fans were like, he's talking about Mac. Clearly, Mac is the pervert on the show. The rest of us are married men. 2 of us are fathers.
That doesn't limit you.
How dare you? I'm a staple of the Wadsworth community. How dare you?
So what would you pay for that? The see-through contact lenses, Mac?
Would you give up eating Chipotle for a month?
I don't wear contacts for a reason. I would forget that they're in. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'll pass
good
on
call.
that.
Good call. Nailed it.
Yeah, he thought I was talking about the see-through ones. I was just talking about the cards.
Are you more confident in Kevin Stefanski this Sunday or more confident in Dylan Gabriel? More on that and a win buying you back in. I'm now rhyming in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel's your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Guys, you know, I'm the Prince of Parlay on the FanDuel app, and now you can be as well.
this organization knows that Kevin has a very, very young offense right now, a rookie quarterback, a rookie running back, rookie tight end, rookie receivers. There are tackle problems. So they're not expecting him to take necessarily this roster to the Super Bowl this year.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Sports.com, The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Darren Ryder coming up in 15 minutes. It's JP's final segment of the show. So we'll do the 6 o'clock hour, just you and me and a little bit of Daryl. And but that being said, we're having the conversation about, are you more confident in Kevin Stefanski in this Patriots game or more confident in Dillon Gabriel? The thing we didn't mention is, on some level, you are trusting Kevin Stefanski against Mike Vrabel, which might tilt some of the conversation in your direction.
Yeah, and I really do believe in the couple people I've talked to now in New England around this team, that team. Just the idea that they're convinced this is all Drake May, and I know that makes it sound like it's a shot towards Mike Vrabel, and it might give a little bit of an opening for the Stefanski versus Vrabel discussion. I don't look at it that way. I think Vrabel's very good at what he does. But it is interesting how their viewpoint in New England and the Boston area is just giving a bunch of credit and heaping it all towards Drake May and really just kind of making it seem as if Vrabel and McDaniels are just kind of along for the ride.
Now, you and I have also talked about how we think this game is more winnable than maybe the analytics folks says, than FPI says it is, and certainly the way I think, and I started the show by saying, I don't know if it's lack of buzz, but it sure does feel like a lack of buzz, or if Browns fans are just in wait-and-see mode with this game. I think that's what's going to be really interesting. I think if they lose, I think the renewed calls for Stefanski to go are going to happen on Monday. And I think if you win, I think you're going to see people, no matter how you win, saying that's a win you cannot dispute. This is a good win. The Browns are 3-5, and they're going to make a play here.
Oh, if they win, we're not bringing up anything about New England's basically just the wimpiest schedule imaginable to open up the season.
Yeah,
we're just going to let that go. We're just all these other things. And by the way, if they win, we're also going to talk about the idea that Drake May might as well be the second coming. Is that Patrick Mahomes or is it Drake May? I don't know. You tell me. But that's just how this works, and that's okay. It is interesting that we feel like this game's going to be a lot closer than what it feels like everyone else feels like.
Yeah, what is the line again? 7?
It's 7. Yeah.
So, that's a touchdown. That's not. It's weird. It's right in that in between spot of where it's like, oh yeah, I can see the Browns covering. They're also 0-8 against the spread on the road the last 8. Which, if they lose this against the spread,
yeah,
that would be the longest low road losing streak against the spread. I want to say going back a decade. I think that's what I saw.
40 seasons.
40 seasons?
Yeah, the past 40 seasons.
Well, let's not do that.
Yeah.
That sounds awful.
I know. Yeah, the Vegas people have been very hip to that idea because they love anytime something happens, and usually what you're talking about in like 10, 15, 20 years. Yeah, past 40 seasons. But why are they so bad on the road? It's something that I'm going to touch more on Sundays with the pregame show. But the idea that you haven't won a road game since week 2 of last season is an incredibly long time. 11 straight road games to lose. It's not as if they're winning a bunch of games in general, so maybe that's just part of this. But the idea that Stefanski on the road just melts down is just very problematic.
I think it might be a sign that they're just not that good in general. Would a win have you buying back in?
Yes, because this is a BOGO game. Buy one, get one. If you win this game, then you get the Jets game the following week, and all of a sudden you're a 4-5 team, and you're looking at some winnable games in the horizon. But if they're able to win this game, it can show me that maybe, just maybe, the game against the Dolphins was a turning point game. They lose it, then we can just call it what it is.
I forgot it was the Jets next. I thought it went Patriots, Ravens. For some reason, I've had it out of order. Yeah, I like this. I like what you're saying.
Right? You like the
because then you get 4-5, and then even if you lose to the Ravens, you're in a respectable spot, more respectable than we thought you would be. I'll do a partial buyback in. To me, for a full buyback.
Oh, I didn't know we could do partials.
Wow.
That feels like we're cheating
We've
almost.
all had partials before. Come on now.
Yeah.
I think a win is great. It really is. But for the guy who said a week ago, I don't care about style points, I think for me to get a full buyback in 2 games, I need the offense to look at the upper limit of what this offense can be. Because that's how bad this defense you're facing is, and that's how bad your offense has been.
I was looking at the past Vegas lines for this Browns team in particular. The last time the Browns were in a 7 or 7.5 point spread was, in fact, the Green Bay game. That's what I was thinking to myself. The Green Bay game, week 3, and then Browns turned out to win that game as well.
Vegas knew. 216-474-0092. Would a win against the Patriots have you buying back in? Let's go with Thomas in Brunswick. Welcome to the show. Would a win on Sunday against Vrabel and the Patriots have you buying back in on this Browns team?
Yes, I am. I think we can beat these guys. And Vrabel's worried about our defense. So if we can score, and I've been saying this all year, 17, 24 points, we can win because our defense is that good.
Tommy, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I do think it's interesting, just the line about Vrabel focusing on the defense. I wonder how the Patriots are going to... There's so many teams over the last couple of weeks have just been, we got to get the ball out quickly to neutralize the pass rush. That seems like the obvious thing to do, unless you don't have success the way that the Dolphins didn't have success with that, and then that turned into holding the ball longer. That turned into the defense teeing off.
Well, Tua's brain just melted down. I mean, he just threw a lot of passes. It's like, what the hell you were doing there?
Plenty of reasons for that to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Frank in Cleveland, welcome to the show. Would a win have you buying back in on the Browns on Sunday?
No.
Are you sure?
Brother. Yeah, man. I just it's only way I'm gonna be like that, man. If they putting up, if the offense look like it's ready to take off, but I doubt it, man. Man. This is demoralizing. And I'm gonna ask y'all this: ain't this what Dick Podesta supposed to be doing? Ain't that what his job is?
We don't know, Frank. We don't know what his job is.
He used to be telling him like, "Hey, man, this don't look good. Like this some bull crap out here you got going on out." That's his job. It's supposed to be.
Frank, he does everything in between, from organizing what type of coffee they have to making like really higher up decisions with personnel. Like we have no idea what DePodesta does.
Hey man, as grown men, man, I don't know how them dudes wake up every Sunday, man, and just keep losing and go home and look at y'all family members in the face like y'all ain't nothing happened. It's absurd to me.
All right, Frank, we got to run, buddy. I didn't like that line. They're professional football players. Like they shouldn't.
They're not embarrassed to their families.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sure the paychecks help a lot with that.
Now, let me ask you. Like, I do think if I was Paul DePodesta, I would feel some sense of shame that my winning record since I came to Cleveland has been crap. But
that's part of the problem, though, is he just lives in San Diego and doesn't have to feel any type of shame towards that stuff.
Also, I do like that Paul DePodesta walks in and he goes, "Jimmy, it's not good, man." Like, imagine if you paid whatever you pay Paul DePodesta to give you analysis, and Jimmy's like, "Candidly, what do you think?" And you're like, "Not good." I'll tell you that.
I mean, he's got like like Jordan Hudson has this hold over Bill Belichick. He's got like this perceived hold over Jimmy Haslam in the idea that basically for years, anything he says, it feels like he has pulled off. And the Jordan Hudson thing lost you there?
Yeah, because I almost said something that would have definitely... We don't really get a lot of notes from Keith. That one would have got me a note from Keith. I'm just thinking, like, I know how Jordan keeps Bill, all right? How does Paul keep Jimmy? I don't know. The question answers itself to some. Enjoy the bulge. Mac. This is why everyone knows you're the gooner on the show.
Big time gooner.
Yeah, I thought it was Boomer and Gooner up there between you two.
Dynamite dropping money.
Does that make me the boomer in this scenario?
I don't know. You guys decide.
I don't know. How about you?
I'm definitely not the gooner.
I don't know. But what are you? That's where Mac's going right now.
A good 15-year-old girl impression.
Caught red-handed. JP. You have a good weekend, buddy.
Hey, you too. Enjoy all the Halloween and the trick-or-treating and
It's going to be
everything
a lot
else.
of fun.
Yes,
Definitely.
good.
Love
good,
the
good.
weather. Love the good stuff.
Very good.
You enjoy also the Halloweening and all the good stuff with the
Yes.
girls as well.
You know I will.
I will see you on Monday, buddy.
All right, man. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Don't forget, JP's going to be on the Tailgate Show on Sunday with Coach Riz and the many, many talented crew members. That's where I was going on Sunday morning. When we come back, Daryl Ryder joins us, and I guess there goes the Marconi. Daryl Ryder joins us. We'll get into how close he expects this game to be, and Dylan Gabriel, Kevin Stefanski, and the word trust in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Now, for the Blue Jays since early September, is in the lineup for Toronto tonight. First pitch coming a little after 8 o'clock. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I'm apologizing to no one.
1 hour to go on a football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. Nick Wilson here. JP has I must have left the show. That would have been very melodramatic. Obviously, he'll be back on the Tailgate Show on Sunday, and we'll get him back on Monday at 2 as well. But just you and me, the fun dad's in. That's right. The same damn thing happens when Vanessa has to go away, and it's Dad and the girls. It's like they know they're going to get away with just about anything. Now, I rationalize it because I make them do a chore first, and then I let them get away with whatever they want to get. That's called parenting, guys. In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, but right now, it's a football Friday. It's an F-Off Friday. Someone I love to tell F-Off on the regular. You know him, you love him. Brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl Ryder joins us now. Daryl.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Daryl. How are you?
I will not be doing any chores to get in your good graces.
That's not true. I think you're going to help us with a house in 2 weeks, right?
That's true.
I don't know that we've officialized that, but I think that's good. I think that's what's going to happen.
Okay.
We were just talking about this. When it comes to confidence on Sunday, who do you have more confidence in this Patriots game, in Kevin Stefanski or Dylan Gabriel?
Kevin Stefanski?
That sounded like a question.
Yeah, well, Kevin can't go out there and play for Dylan Gabriel. And I honestly, I don't have a lot of confidence in Dylan because he really hasn't given you much reason to be confident in him. And this is a Patriot front that's very stout. They don't allow any explosive runs, at least they haven't to date. They're holding teams under 50 yards rushing per game, and I kind of feel like that's the Browns' only hope, is that they get Quinshon Judkins going because, well, Dylan Gabriel doesn't throw the ball down the field. You kind of need to do that in a league that is a passing league. So I kind of have to go with Kevin because, well, Dylan doesn't really instill a lot of confidence in me.
I actually agree, by the way. My thing is, there have been open players the first 7 games of this season. Even when Joe was in, there were open players, and Joe either didn't throw to them or didn't see them. Dylan, the same thing. Maybe this would be different if it was a week before, but
right.
I can't get the Quinshon in the flat, being able to waltz into the end zone if Dylan just throws the ball out of my head, and I can't get the Jerome Ford play or as a pick play that worked, and Dylan threw it to the exploding wide receiver and defensive back combo.
Yeah, I mean, there were about a couple. There were 3 or 4 plays in the press box. I'm sitting next to Andy Baskin, and I'm just like, he's open, and Dylan's doing nothing with the ball. I don't know if that's because he can't see what's going on, probably because he's 5'9", but that's just what it is. And he's thrown 4 passes, 4 in 3 games, over 20 yards.
And that's not good, right?
No, that's just not how this works in the NFL. I'm to a point now, I don't care if he goes out and throws 3 picks in New England on Sunday if they're throws down the field, because I want to see him throw the ball down the field. And I get last week a little bit of a pass on the deep balls last week because of the wind and the rain and all that. The game plan was to run the ball, so I'm not going to be a hypocrite there. That was the right thing, the smart thing to do. But I need the Patriots, I think, are 24th against the pass, Nick. Need to see Dylan throw the ball on Sunday down the field. Now, I'm not advocating for him to drop back 58 times like he did against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Don't misunderstand me. But I think there's a happy medium in there. And also, too, he's got to keep this Patriot defense honest, because if you let them stack the box, well, it's going to be a very long afternoon for everybody, including Quinshon Judkins.
I just like him to take the throws that are there.
There's that, too.
I think if he had done that the 3 weeks here, again, we're not in the Dylan can change my opinion on whether he's a starter or not phase. I think we're in the can Dylan make me not want to think about Shedeur Sanders' phase. And by the way, that's just whoever the backup is. It doesn't have to be specific to Shedeur. It felt like we had the promise of a functional offense against Minnesota, and then the last 2 weeks, Quinshon was your function last week because Dylan, I thought, was just not great in the 18 throws he did have, and then 2 weeks ago it was just a pure disaster.
Right. You're not getting any argument from me. I maintain that this kid is a backup quarterback, and that's okay. He's playing like he's a backup quarterback. It's average. He elevates nobody around him. He's not going to lose you the game by turning it over, but he's not going to go out there and win you a game either. And at least right now. Now, I'm open-minded enough. He can change my opinion on that here in the coming weeks, but I'm not overly optimistic. And, I don't think this is a function of Kevin Stefanski's not letting him do it. I mean, Tommy Rees told us yesterday, the offensive coordinator, he said, yeah, he wasn't shy in training camp in the preseason throwing the ball down the field. Okay, great, but it's the regular season now. He's the starting quarterback, so could we see some of that, please? That's just kind of where I'm at.
Also, when did this organization start whitewashing what happened in the preseason with Dylan Gabriel? He looked good in that last game. I remember the rest of the preseason as well in camp.
Yes, and training camp as well. So, hopefully we start to see some positive from him this weekend. Again, not optimistic, but if there's a team where he's going to have the opportunity to do that, Nick, it's New England. So let's see what he can do against that Patriots secondary.
Daryl, you and I both fans of Quinshon Judkins. I can say that now because he's run for several very good games and many touchdowns. But long term, when we look at Quinshon Judkins and when we consider the state of the NFL, do you think you can build a offensive identity long term? We're talking multiple successive seasons, the way Tennessee did with Derrick Henry, around Quinshon and maybe a Ryan Tannehill level quarterback?
I think it's tough in this day and age because it's a passing league, and that's nothing against Quinshon because I'm a big fan of his. I think he's a tremendous player. By the way, has as many rushing touchdowns in fewer games than the entire Browns team has catching touchdown passes. 5. He's got 5, and then everybody combined, you got 5 touchdowns for the Browns receiving. Tillman's got 2, Sampson's got 1, Fannon's got 1, and Njoku's got 1. Quinshon's got 5. That just to put in perspective how anemic this passing game is. But I just feel like in today's modern NFL, I think it's hard to just build solely around a star running back, which I think Quinshon has the talent to become. You got to have a quarterback that can get some explosives going in the passing game because, by the way, that makes life a little easier, for that running back. But I just think in today's day and age, I think it's tough. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just think it's tougher to do than maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Daryl, we had the debate earlier this week about the defense and what caliber of defense you have. I've heard it referred to as a championship caliber defense. What that means to me, so I'll set my definition for it, is on the back of that defense and very little else, you can be a championship team a la like the Ravens with Trent Dilfer. I think other people might think, top 5, top 10 defense. I guess we'll ask you, what is your definition of a championship caliber defense, and do you think the Browns are already there?
Well, for me, a championship caliber defense is just pure domination. And we've seen that in spurts with this defense where they have been dominant, but they also haven't been consistent. Red zone defense needs some improvement, right? So they're not there yet as far as a championship caliber defense, but they've got the talent to be. And I think that they are a top 5 defense. I think you said top 10. I think they are a top 5 defense in the NFL right now. And the potential is there for them to be better I think the schedule here in the next couple weeks is going to help them a little bit as well, because the competition, at least from a record standpoint on paper, appears to be softening a tad. But I don't think that they're a championship caliber defense just yet. But they do have the makings of being one of the top defenses in the NFL this season.
Daryl, what does a win on Sunday against the Patriots mean for the Browns?
I think it just gives everyone a positive taste in their mouth going into the bye week. You got the Jets after that. Maybe you can pick up a little momentum and, string 3 wins together. That would be great. And then that would get you to 4-5, and you feel like, okay, maybe we can salvage something from this season. I still think, playoffs and wild card and that type of conversation really doesn't fit. But I think that's kind of what it does. Is it really gives them a little bit of confidence going in to having a week off, rather than if they go in at 2-6.
Daryl, who do you think has a bigger axe to grind with their ownership? The Jets with that dumpster fire, including the comments made by Woody Johnson earlier this week, the wasting like Geno Smith and Sam Darnold and Aaron Rodgers and countless former quarterbacks going elsewhere and being good, or the Browns with this situation over the last 13 years?
Well, can't fire the owners, right? And Jets fans obviously know that. Look, I mean, at least the Browns have made the playoffs in recent memory, and where they've gone wrong, it's in 2 areas. One, the Deshaun thing, right? They should have never gone all in, all that, and I realize hindsight's 20/20, but that's, Andrew Berry was ready to pull the plug on it, and then, we all know what happened, and so I just hope that whatever quarterback decisions that get made are made by the football people. And by the football people, I'm talking Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, Tommy Rees. Those 3 folks need to make whatever decisions those are, whether it's who's playing and when they're playing and how long they're playing, all that kind of stuff, to what happens next April. Because I still am not there where everybody's getting fired in January. I know that conversation percolated a couple weeks ago, leading up to last week's game against Miami because of how things were going. But I still believe that these guys are going to be back next year, and I just hope that they get to control their destiny and not have any outside influences from the folks writing the checks.
Daryl, you excited for the World Series starting tonight?
I am. Unlike members of the morning show, I'm going to watch the World Series tonight and Shohei Ohtani. I keep an eye on what the Cavs are doing, but I am not obsessed with anything else right now. There's a lot of basketball that's going to be played between now and June. Plenty of opportunities to watch whatever team you want to watch and whatever player you want to watch. Shohei's having a pretty historic postseason. Blue Jays in the World Series for the first time since the 1990s. It'll be a lot of fun. Of course I'm going to watch that. It's history in the making here.
You were spot on.
There's no history to be made tonight in the NBA.
You were spot on that it was Owen's betrayal of baseball that was the worst part of that, and not Lima. Of course, Lima's a baseball troll, all right?
Yeah,
what do we expect from Lima?
You could have just stopped at troll, but baseball troll works.
So I will ask you, is baseball best when the best player, the highest paid player, is on the championship team? Or do you think baseball's best when maybe if Shohei had signed in Toronto right now, you'd have the juggernaut Dodgers against the best player in baseball and the Blue Jays?
I think baseball is best when everyone's got an equal chance to compete.
So never?
Right. I mean, the NFL model seems to be the model. I know the Browns are the exception to the rule. They find a way to defy the odds of the quick turnaround and being able to, but that's how the NFL's built. That's why it's so popular, is because every year all 32 teams or 31 of the 32 teams can realistically think, hey, this could be our year. Things can turn around even after an awful season. Not so much in Major League Baseball. It's the fact that the Dodgers are able to spend what they're able to spend without batting an eye. I read an article this week that with the $700 million contract that Shohei got, I guess Dodger ownership allegedly has made all that money this year alone, which is inconceivable to me, but that's what the article said. And it's a shame, like here in Cleveland, where we have a franchise that is so intelligently run. If only they had an extra $50 million they could spend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if only they had enough to go out and get that piece to push them over the top. Instead, it's like, well, this is what we have to work with, and we're making do with what we got, and that's good enough to maybe win the division or get us into the wild card round or the division series or every once in a while the ALCS, but a legit shot to win the World Series, it feels like it's an insurmountable climb when you don't have the big spending ability from your ownership group that you're seeing from a lot of these larger markets. And quite frankly, I think the sport suffers. I think the sport suffers that Jose Ramirez is not as much of a household name as Shohei Ohtani is, because I think Jose deserves to be. But this is what the sport does to itself. I hope everyone enjoyed trying to find where the playoff games were broadcast this year. I couldn't tell you. So, and there's some things that with how baseball has to be covered, which I think is just completely backwards to how society is today. I mean, you can't live tweet from any media availabilities. I wasn't allowed to film the postseason availabilities in the room. I had to wait for Major League Baseball to provide video. Like, it's the dumbest thing in the world. Timeline should be flooded with all this kind of stuff. And baseball's like, yeah, nope. We're controlling everything. And they wonder why their sport suffers behind the NBA and the NFL.
All right, Daryl, we got about 15 seconds here. Halloween's coming up in 1 week's time. If you had to eat one candy or choose one candy to receive for Halloween for the rest of your life, what are you choosing?
Snickers. Layup. Snickers.
All right, 15 seconds. Why?
Peanuts, caramel, chocolate, just pure deliciousness.
It's hard to have a wrong answer here. If you chose.
Well, no, it's not. If you would have said if I would have said candy corn, I would have understood your objection.
Well, no, I meant like of the chocolate candies. Like you could even go Skittles, and I'd be like,
go Twix, right?
I wouldn't. You go Kit Kat.
Milky
you can
Way.
go York peppermint patties, which are my wife's favorite candy. You can go just about damn near anything except candy corn. Daryl, we got a boogie, buddy. Appreciate you.
You bet. Have a great weekend. Enjoy all the games.
You as well, buddy. Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. When we come back, we'll react to what Daryl had to say and sports in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and knock off Rodgers the first time facing his old team? Join Mike Golick and me to find out. Packers at the Steelers on Sunday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Afternoon Drive. In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Going solo the rest of the way. Just me and you. Just me and you. YouTube chat. Of course, callers, listeners, and whatnot. I do want to say a quick word of support to all of our high school football teams tonight, wrapping up high school football. I was reminded this year with my kiddo in marching band how much I just love high school football in the area and how crazy y'all are. A special shout out to the Black River football team, the Pirates. They're going trying to make the playoffs tonight. For my kiddo's team, they've already made the playoffs, so that's kind of set. But yes, Black River. Good luck to that team out there, and my brother Aaron, who's a coach there as well. But what's this now? We're going to the bat signal here. The on the fan hotline, we're welcoming in Anthony Lima. Anthony, what's up, bud?
Nick, what an honor and a pleasure. I was excited to call in earlier when you were talking about various sports subjects, including but not limited to Victor Wembanyama. I heard a clip, and I didn't want to ambush the show, so I told Mac, no, I don't have to get in. I'll just enjoy the show on hold. But he said, no, I'll get you ahead of the 30 callers. So I said, okay, fine. That's not very nice, but I'll do it. And I am pumped because you guys are getting me excited about Sunday's game, which, by the way, I didn't think we'd care about. I thought the Miami game would be some, just kind of a bad game, a 9-6. They end up winning that game, and I'm like, all right, now we've got renewed interest in a game which has a chance to be, a statement game on the road. So I'm fired up. I'm actually fired up for Sunday.
Yeah, I am too, and I thought it was interesting. Like, I just think it's more of a competitive game than people think, and I think it's a great chance for Kevin Stefanski to prove he can run the ball while also passing the ball, and I think it's a great chance for Dylan Gabriel to prove that if there's a wide-open Quinshon Judkins 15 yards down the field with an open end zone, he can just hit him instead of taking the 4-yard run.
Oh, I can tell, Nick, you have been dialed in to film breakdown on social media.
All 22, baby.
Yeah, that showed up. I know the NFL's cracking down, by the way, on people posting clips, which is mind-boggling because it's another avenue to get people excited about your sport. So that one doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But you're right. I think they got to just get creative in the run game. And, there's a big debate to be had about the Pittsburgh game, whether you could get creative or whether they just had your number and so you had to abort the mission. But last week you saw them get creative. I know it was Miami, and they did have some trouble running the football anyway against Miami, which is a little alarming. But, the fact that you even have a running back that seems like there's a reason for excitement and there's some Nick Chubb 2.0 in there, I think is pretty awesome. But I did want to get to this Victor Wembanyama thing because people were mortified that I said I was more excited to see Victor tonight than Shohei, which I get it. Like, it's the World Series. It's a regular season basketball game. But
you're also a basketball first guy. That should be part of the record, right?
But this is the thing. Growing up, I thought all of us were baseball first. Like, that was the sport, and the World Series was the premier sport. It was bigger in our household than the Super Bowl in the mid to late 80s. And obviously that's not the case almost anywhere, in today's day and age. So it kills me that I'm not as into the World Series. The sport doesn't seem to have the same bragging rights. Like, when a team wins a World Series, it's kind of forgotten the next year. You don't have the trash talking between the fan bases that you do in the other sports. So I think that's unfortunate because the game in itself, the World Series, has always been awesome. It's a great spectacle. But just over time, I don't know, I fell out of favor with it because great, Shohei tonight, he's not pitching, so you'll see him once every half hour. And yeah, he could do amazing things like he did in that all-time performance last week. But even that, I feel like, has been kind of quieted because what happened? We had a lot of football take over. And so baseball's always going to be battling with that, especially this time of year.
Well, they didn't help themselves, Anthony, by putting the game one on a Friday when you had multiple days this week without any football, Tuesday or Wednesday, where you could have done that and stolen the spotlight. And they're very prideful about, well, we're not afraid of football, even though they should be.
100%. And that's just, this never used to matter. We didn't used to have football, every other day, throughout the entire fall to contend with. Not to mention you saw high school football, but hey, when the Indians were in the World Series back in the 90s, we were obviously all watching, and I think more of America was watching back then. But then I add in this Wemby thing. I could not believe the clip that you guys played. Was it Spike Eskin?
Yes, on the Kevin O'Connor show, which I was also confused by.
Okay, so very interesting that, Owen, I heard you guys reference that he, was like, this is almost unfair. Like, he almost can't be in the league. It was looking that easy. And, even when LeBron was dominating and at the forefront of athleticism, and then he was weaving in skill over time to continue to get better at his craft, and by year 8, it was the total package. Like, he was missing all sorts of things and still dominated basketball games. Victor, what is he missing? This is unbelievable what he was able to do against a guy. He made Anthony Davis look like 6'3". Mm-hmm. That's how dominant a performance it was. And normally in sports, when you have such an advantage in height or, let's say, weight or athleticism, you also have weaknesses that, other teams can attack. And that was the case with LeBron. He had some weaknesses. He had trouble on defense at times early in his career. He had to figure out what body would make the most amount of sense for him to optimize his performance. Shaquille O'Neal, he had the obvious big advantage with his weight, but there were a bunch of things he couldn't do, and teams tried to take advantage of that and tried to get him on the perimeter playing defense. This Victor thing is crazy. His height should also be a massive weakness with him trying to get out on the perimeter and defend, or him trying to put the ball on the floor, and it's not. It's not a weakness at all. The guys can't just take the ball from him like you would expect small guards to just crowd him and be able to pick his pocket, and it doesn't happen.
Well, and
that's why this is such a game changer.
The thing that bugged me was JP made the point that Spike Eskin was saying if he was a foot shorter, would he still be a special player? And I'm like, to me, I was like, it's obvious. Like, where's the weakness in his game 3 years in that you wouldn't think he would be? I mean, maybe he's not be able to command the court the exact same way, but if he's a 6'8" guy that can do what he can do as like a point guard meets a forward, I would imagine he'd still be dropping 25, 30 points a night.
Yeah, he seems to have such a firm understanding of, people picked his game apart the last 2 years, and he settled for too many outside shots at his height. And what did he do, in the opener? He decided to, that's right, I'm going to take Anthony Davis inside, who normally is a physical length advantage, height advantage, and none of that was the case in that game. And if he's doing that to Anthony Davis, what is he going to do to everybody? I want to see him matched up with Evan Mobley, immediately. I can't wait for a battle like that.
It sounds like one of your kiddos really doesn't agree with your opinion.
Nick, this is normally what it sounds like when I'm arguing with Ken. All right, one diabolical question before I get off.
Sure.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Would you trade our big three, Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland, for Wemby straight up?
No, because I don't think you have the skill players that San Antonio has around him, so I think it'd be easier to shut down Wemby.
All right, Nick, gotta go. I do it. Bye.
That's very Anthony Lima. I was gonna jam him up about the coffee carafes, but then I wanted to make the kid about the joke about the kid. 216-474-0092. You heard Lima's diabolical question. Would you go with it? Would you trade the big three for Wemby? The answer is no. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
her about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Final segment of today's show. Nick Wilson with you. JP had to bounce out at the 6 o'clock spot. Want to both thank our guest today, Joe Haden, at 3 o'clock. Really great stuff in the quarterback situation, this game, Kevin Stefanski versus Mike Vrabel. Really great stuff there. Mark Spears, ESPN's lead, or rather senior NBA writer. Great stuff on his monthly diaries with Donovan Mitchell. Also, why he picked the Cavs to win the championship this year. And, of course, Darryl Ryder at 6 and Anthony Lima. And in the last segment, who I'm texting right now because Lima is second-guessing his call between his kiddo melting down, and he feels like he lost focus 3 times. Here's what I'm going to say, because we had, I think it was Pete on Twitter saying, come on, man, nobody wants to hear the crying baby. I have been where Lima has been multiple times, where you think you can squeeze a hit in with a friend, and then halfway through it all goes to hell. Trust me. Lima suffered more than you, me, or anybody else out there, because the feeling when you can't help your kiddo because you're also talking on radio, the push and pull of that, none of us will suffer the way you suffer in that moment because you're a little bit embarrassed. You also feel bad for your kiddo. And can I go back to you feel very, very embarrassed. Now, you know where we got to go here. That's the end of the show. Let's get you in case you missed it. One more time, let's hear it up for high school football in the area. The regular season wraps up tonight. A lot of careers will be ending tonight as some of the seniors there play their last down of football because not everybody goes off to college football. The older I get, the more I really wish that I would have committed myself to high school football in a real way because I just hated the coaches. I'll be honest with you. We didn't have good coaches at the time. And I never felt a kinship with them, and I let that ruin it. The truth is, watching these kids play football, as I have down in Wadsworth every single week, it is such a commitment, such a grind, and so cool to watch it. And I know it's happening all over the state, so best of luck to you guys. Get out of there healthy and safe. To the seniors, salute on the career. To the young kids, just wait your turn. It's coming up there as well. So again, kudos to everybody involved there. Let's go with Jake. Jake, it's your first foray into In Case We Missed It. How you doing, bud?
Good, Nick. How are you?
I'm okay. Surprisingly fresh for 5 hours today.
Well, that's good news. Let's start In Case We Missed It here with a clip from Jets head coach Aaron Glenn. You heard the story in Michael's update there. He feels like he has a competitive advantage for not naming a starting quarterback for the Jets this week. Here was his confrontation with a Jets reporter today.
He is limited, all right, today, and he is questionable, and I like the way those guys are trending. I cannot tell you that.
But is it because you don't want to, or because...
That's exactly it.
But with Tyrod's situation questionable, doesn't that play into this potentially?
That's exactly why I'm not telling you, because I don't want to.
No, but I understand that, but I mean, is it partly because of the injury?
That's exactly why I'm saying it, because I don't want to. I don't know how many times I got to answer you that. It's not going to change.
Kind of a clown move there.
He's such a fool.
All right. In fairness, it's really hard to be 0-7. When Kevin Stefanski doesn't name a starting quarterback till Friday, Kevin Stefanski is not a guy that I would be like, you got an advantage there, buddy. You're keeping your locker room on its toes. Because it's like, no, he's not a leader of men. Aaron Glenn actually could be. So if any coaches, like the Dan Campbell of it, if anybody could make it happen, maybe this does work for the Jets. Okay. I don't think it's going to work. But I at least understand a coach like Aaron Glenn doing it as opposed to a coach like Kevin Stefanski. The problem is you were just taking it out on the media member, and that's where you look like a damn clown.
Yeah, he definitely did, and Sauce Gardner's out for this game. Garrett Wilson is out for this game. The Jets aren't going to win with Justin Fields, and they're not going to win with Tyrod Taylor. This decision does not matter. And for him to continuously put out there that, they have this competitive advantage for making it so hush-hush, it's ridiculous.
What I can tell you is, I'll get to you real quick, Matt, because I know you want to jump in on this. What I can tell you is, when you answer stuff like this way, what it makes you, it doesn't make you look like cagey with the media. It makes it look like you're unfit for the position, which you can do if you're 7-0. And because then it's just funny. If you're 0-7, it gets you a lot closer to being fired in a town where Woody Johnson is not afraid to fire you quicker. Mac?
Now, the part of it, too, is between two different quarterbacks like Fields obviously has a running ability, so you might think, all right, maybe is it like you're trying to, prepare for the running game? Obviously, I know, Taylor obviously can move around a bit, but it's not, like you said, Garrett Wilson's out in this game. Who are you worried about? Allen Lazard catching passes on the outside? Like, the passing game really doesn't offer you all that much either, so what are you really trying to prepare for at that point?
All right, Mac, I know you got a clip as well.
Yeah, so I wanted to get to Jamar Chase because, obviously earlier in the week we played Joe Flacco talking about going out to eat alone, and Jamar Chase was asked if he goes and does the same as well.
Have you done that, gone to a restaurant by yourself and just been able to take a breath?
By myself?
Or, yeah, you had that phase of like
Of course not. I would never go eat by myself.
Why not?
I could do that at home.
If you walked into a restaurant and you saw Joe Flacco sitting there by himself, would you join him or just be like...
I would tell him, bro, we got to go get in the back room or something. You don't need to be in the front.
So how comfortable are you guys when it comes to, eating on your own and going out and doing things on your own?
I'm comfortable in any social setting. I can go eat alone. I can go grab a drink at a bar and end up talking to people. I can go. I love going to the movie theater alone, and I just don't tell my wife because I don't want to get in trouble. There's really very few things out in public that you can go do. I mean, if you go to a brunch spot that's known to be like a date spot, actually, no. I think I'd just be like, yeah, I'm dating myself. Bleep you guys. Give me the sausage, gravy, and biscuits, Jake.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to surprise you. I completely agree with Jamar Chase. I would never go out alone.
Why?
I'm not that person. I feel bad for the people that are out to eat alone, or
why
the
they could
people
be
that
having
go
the
to
time of their
alone.
life.
No, I think they're going to be the most lonely person in the room.
I think
it
you're
makes me feel
projecting.
terrible. I definitely am projecting.
Yeah,
you're right. But I would never, in a million years, even consider going somewhere alone in public like that.
Honestly, the times that I have listen, we go out as a couple. There's like an added array of things that can impact the night, right? If she has a bad experience while you're going out to eat, that can impact your experience, right? You don't have that alone. It's totally up to. And by the way, if I want to be the life of the party and get to know everyone, I can. If I want to shut up, have a 7-7 and a great steak dinner, I can do that as well. The options really are like, you don't have to consider anyone but what you want in an alone situation. This is a big thing. We go to the movies, right? Everybody wants a different level of butter. Some people want salt, some people don't. And who gets jobbed in this? The great compromiser, Nick Wilson. So when I go, it's triple butter, baby, because that's my cardiologist concern, not my concern. Oh, hey, I think I will take an extra large slushie because, damn it, I don't have to then buy one for everyone. I think you're discounting how freeing it is. If you're comfortable with yourself and by yourself, you got the world by the short and curlies.
No, if I'm going out and it's not with my wife and I hit up all my buddies and none of them are available, guess I'm not going out.
See, I'm more than comfortable doing that. Like, just going out on my own regardless, just because I'll go out, I'll go to the movies, do all that. I've been going out and grabbing dinner before
You're used
myself.
to being alone.
Yeah, I am at this point. Thanks, Nick. Really appreciate that.
No, I'm just saying. Because you're single and sexless. That's all I was saying. Yeah. Oh, poor form.
There we go.
It's the opening music.
I had to.
You're taking this like an insult. What I mean is you're starved for affection on both a physical and emotional level.
I know we say land the plane, but you're just taking a nosedive at this point, man.
I think you're taking the dive there, fella. Great job. I'm single and sexless. Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren on the YouTube channel. And, of course, producing today, big thanks to Big Orange. I don't know. We don't have a nickname for him. Michael Markoch. Tremendous job there as well. Catch JP and Coach Riz on the Tailgate Show. We'll be back on Monday at 2. Go Browns! Give me a win! Just give me another win! Bleep the draft picks! Bleep them picks! See you guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.